Whose words and cries of pain we will never hear, and yet to whom we are linked in a past that is never dead and never really past, in a future that never arrives but beckons us to go. And so history never ends, the last page is never written, and the best pages are written not by princes, presidents, prime ministers, popes, but by the people. For all their faults and shortcomings, the people are all we have. In fact, we are they. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And I was also muted. Great. So yeah, that intro was for something else. Spoilers. So yeah, ignore that. Anyways, off to a great start as usual. How's everyone doing? Chemical Mind stream as always off to a great start. Always like to start things on the right foot. By spoiling a project and starting the stream muted. Always like to start on the right foot. Alright, okay. Hello everyone. So today I got quite a few things to talk about. I listened to the criticism last time where I was more just a little bit of improvisation, so I have more things in the docket this time. I don't know how much we'll get through. Kind of depends on if I'm feeling it or not. And that's what's great about having your own channel and not having a job, is you can just do whatever the fuck you want based on whether you feel like it or not. But yeah, I'm okay, you know. I'm alright. I'm doing okay. How'd you guys like the David Pakman video? Was that good? I was gonna upload a compilation of George Carlin. Some of the best bits from George Carlin. But without exception, every single Carlin clip I uploaded got copyright struck. So that's not happening, sadly. Well, I guess I could upload a demonetized version. Maybe I'll do that. It'll just be like a demonetized version, maybe. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Because I was thinking of uploading it for patrons only, but then I was worried that maybe Patreon would like take down my account for uploading like illegal Carlin bits or something. Pakman's idea of a revolution is watching YouTube videos and buying books about how Democrats are awesome. True. Alright, let's see here. Alright. So yeah. I got a few videos lined up that I wanted to watch, and you guys can pick if you want. So first of all, there's the TikHistory video, where he talks about how, I didn't watch much, but he's talking about how dialectical materialism is like why Nazis and socialists are the same. Or we could watch Hakeem there's someone, you know, basically saying the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was bad, actually, which is an hour and 26 minutes, which I forgot about. So that's a big doozy, but that'll be fun because if there's any topic I'm pretty knowledgeable about, it's the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, so it'll be fun. And then Novara Media, how that could be the next. They've been doing like a right-wing turn. Should the Pope call a new crusade? Yeah, so a lot of options. And then there's also this channel, which is basically like the most obviously CIA front channel ever made. Its entire purpose is to like manufacture consent for war, basically. So which do you guys want? And if you want to lock in a choice, if you dono $5, that choice is locked in. We'll watch that, unless someone donates more. Yeah, Bad Empanada, I think, made a mistake in defending TikHistory the way he did, because my impression of TikHistory is a lot worse than... You like TNP? You like Task and Purpose? I hope you're joking. I'm even suspect about his military history. I'm suspect if TikHistory even reads the books he claims to read. Especially because, like, I don't know, like, his source list... Oh yeah, I mean, he says it right here. Just because a book is listed here doesn't mean I've read them all to cover, nor remember every word. So yeah, even he admits that, like, this source list, he has not, you know... But then why would you cite all of these? I mean, I guess if he wants to cite one part, but is this all referring to the dialectics? Because, like, this is his source list that he puts for this video. But he doesn't refer to all 600 sources for a freaking 40-minute video. Or all 600. He did not do that. I know he didn't. He releases videos way too fast for that to be possible. So what do you guys want? You guys want the Ribbentrop vid? Maybe that's a long one, but I am interested in this one. Or we can do the TikHistory one. Should the Pope call a new crusade is by like this far right crazy Catholic dude, and that just sounds like it could be funny. Was it privated? Why did he private it? Why did he private the Hakeem video? Alright, if we're going to do the Hakeem video, I have to bring up all my source list. Oh my god, where did I put it? Oh, I think I know where I put it. In the meantime, please support me if you can, guys. I do not have ads at all on this stream. It's completely ad-free, so please support me if you can spare the cash. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I found it. I have a ton of screenshots. So, but, all right. Yeah, if someone donos, I'll talk about what happened with What Up Alt Hist, because that is also really funny. But for now, if no one's going to dono, we'll stay with the videos. Okay. All right. Last chances to put your vote in. I think it's leaning Molotov. Or you can dono for me to pick a different video. And override democracy, because this is not a democracy. This is a, what would that be? Like a corporatocracy or something? Bribeocracy? Okay, I think we're going to do the Molotov one. I think Molotov wins out. So this guy, I think he's debunked a couple of like right-wingers. So he's basically like a centrist, I guess, or like a liberal. I don't know. Or maybe an anarchist. Bribeocracy is just Eastern Europe. True. And America. Alright. Here we go. Wait, is my audio on? Yeah, I think it is.
I've made a couple videos now on how right-wing YouTubers lie about history, so I figured it's time to talk about how one left-wing YouTuber lies about history. Let's talk about Hakeem, specifically his video on the German-Soviet pact before the Second World War. Let's talk about Hakeem, specifically his video on the German-Soviet pact.
I mean, Hakeem is right at the beginning citing exactly who he should, which is Michael Jabara Carley, who is an expert on the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and Soviet diplomacy. He is one of the world's leading experts. So, yeah.
Before the Second World War, this video has 100,000 views. This is what, why, how, and that's what the video's about. If you like this sort of thing, don't forget to subscribe and support me on Patreon for early previews of future videos.
Shut up, loser.
This Hakeem guy. Well, Hakeem is one of the largest communist YouTubers. He's buddies with a couple other communist creators who make the sort of videos that you'd expect. Criticizing American foreign policy, criticizing liberalism, so on, from a communist POV. But you know what, this isn't Content Cop Hakeem edition, this is a video specifically on how Hakeem misrepresents and downplays the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that was signed between Germany and the Soviet Union on the eve of the Second World War. Hakeem's video title denies that any such pact existed, even though he shows photos of it in the video. Okay, so maybe that's just a clickbait title. But besides that, in the actual video, he downplays the pact over and over, insisting the Soviet Union had no choice but to make a deal with the devil. Hakeem also downplays, or ignores, what the Soviet Union did after the pact too. For example, he makes repeated references to the Red Army's mistakes in Poland, without mentioning that those mistakes were actually the massacres of innocent civilians and the deportation of a gigantic number of innocent people into camps in Siberia and Central Asia.
I'm already confused. Is he talking about the deportations that Stalin did? Is he talking about the Katyn massacre? Is he talking about... I thought he was going to be... When he said the Red Army, I thought he was going to be talking about rapes committed by the Red Army, but I'm not sure what he's referring to.
He just shrugs those off, he ignores them, so we'll talk about that as well. But Hakeem also completely forgets to mention how the Soviet Union wasn't just satisfied with splitting Poland with Germany, but invaded a whole bunch of other countries too, all while providing key material aid to the German war machine.
I love this, because I wonder if he's ever going to mention anywhere that the Soviet Union received equipment and materials back, which is what always is said. I mean, which is always ignored. People pretend that it was a complete... We're going to get into the more details, but just to address this point now, people always pretend that the Soviet Union just said, you know what, we're just going to send you a bunch of stuff, and we're going to get nothing in return. That was not what happened. The Soviet Union received things in return. Let me see. They received... I mean, you can just go, you can literally find this stuff. How do I bring this up on screen? But you can literally find this stuff on Wikipedia. You can just straight up find on Wikipedia that stuff was given to the Soviet Union. Plans on how to build different sorts of like planes and ships and weapons. And also, I believe, supplies. The Soviet Union tried to ally with the West, as we'll show. The West decided not to, and so the Soviet Union said, fuck it. We're going to get whatever we can out of this, and yeah, the West can go fuck itself. And that's what happened. Let me see. I mean, this is just one example. Industrial output was being exported to the Soviet Union in the trade. This academic argues that it hurt Germany. I mean, these are Russian generals saying it, but this is another example. People are going to say that's not valid because it's Russian generals, so whatever. Here's another source. Let's see. I didn't organize all these sources perfectly because it was supposed to be for a video. But yeah, there's more examples. So it's just the first of many disgusting exclusions of the facts. I'm sure this is going to happen endlessly where he's not going to tell the whole truth and he's going to pretend that it was like a one-way thing and that's it. Pay me and I'll mute you, bro. That's it. Pay me and I'll unmute you. That's how it works, baby. Okay.
As it fought Britain and France.
Also, look, he's citing Joffrey Roberts. I love that he's citing Joffrey Roberts here. Because Joffrey Roberts is actually... I didn't read his entire book, but I read several chapters. And from what I remember, he was very positive in a lot of ways towards Stalin and the Soviet Union in that book.
They provided food and war materials to Germany during the Second World War.
Now let's see if he's going to be like... if he's at least going to qualify it and say the Soviet Union got stuff back. Because I can almost guarantee you he's not. Because he's a disgusting lying scumbag. As all liberals are. Or anarchists, whatever he is.
War. The Soviet Union was a willing...
Nope, he didn't. He didn't. Of course he didn't. Of course he didn't.
And eager friend to the Third Reich. That's a historical fact. They even sought an alliance with Germany in November 1940. This only changed when the Führer invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, shocking Stalin. The Soviet Union's...
Okay, this guy's already contradicting his sources. Because I am 90% sure that in Joffrey Roberts, the book that he just cited, in that book, I am 90% sure that Joffrey Roberts says that Stalin was not very surprised by the invasion. I'm 90% sure of that.
failure to appropriately prepare for the war cost millions upon millions of innocent people their lives. The Soviet government failed both on a moral and strategic level, and it was only through the sacrifice of its people that German troops didn't make a lake out of Moscow. The reason why Hakeem downplays, ignores, and denies any wrongdoing on the part of the Soviet Union is because his video serves a larger purpose. His video is actually not about history. It's a political video from a political channel. Now,
Dude, your video is political, and your channel is political. Your video and your channel is political. Is he going to say he's not? Let's
alright,
see.
I'm not a communist, I'm not talking about communism, but I have no problem admitting that my country, the United States, has done and is doing plenty of horrible things. You might love the Soviet Union, you might love communism, but ask yourself, did the Soviet Union ever do anything bad on purpose? Or was it all just a mistake, just a tiny accident? Or if it was on purpose, maybe it was just the fault of a few bad actors. Because that's the exact same justification blind nationalists use to defend their favorite country. It's the same corrupt thought process Zoomer historian uses to defend Germany in World War II as...
Do you apply that to the USA, or are you just saying... Because he didn't say that if he applies that to the USA or not. He did not say that, first of all. Secondly, yes, Soviet Union good, a few bad actors, some bad apples.
As well. It is only by recognizing the mistakes of the past that we can build a better future. It sounds...
Yes, I agree. And you are, I assume throughout this video, going to lie and cover up what actually happened, which is that there was an extensive attempt, and I have all my sources ready to share when we get to it, which is that there was an extensive attempt for many years by the Soviet Union to ally with the West, and Neville Chamberlain specifically completely tanked the attempts by the Soviet Union to ally with the West, who was allying with the West because Hitler literally wrote in Mein Kampf that he was going to colonize Russia, and the Soviet Union did not want to be colonized. And so they only did what they did at the last second when the West would not ally with them.
Sounds cliched, but it's legitimately true. History is about understanding the world, not twisting it to serve as blind propaganda. Now, right off
You are a propagandist, and you've been fooled by propaganda.
the bat, I imagine that I'm going to get a lot of reflexive, negative feedback from fans of Hakeem or fans of mine who might be of the far left persuasion. You're probably typing up stuff like, who cares, the Soviets were the ones who beat Germany after all, or America was worse, so on. First, just because, this is important, just because person B was worse doesn't mean anything person A did is permissible, that we should just
I agree. And I think some communists go way too far in just saying, like, America bad to ignore any mistakes any other countries make. But the fact is that you are still wrong about saying that the USSR failed morally or strategically when it came to the MR Pact.
ignore all of it. All of Stalin's atrocities, I discussed later in the video, did not need to happen in order to beat Germany. In fact, they weakened the Soviet Union, making it harder for them to fight Germany. The victims did not need to suffer. But you know what, that's enough yapping, let's get to the video. Now, Hakeem's video starts off by recommending this podcast episode, How Stalin Tried to Prevent World War II with Michael Jabara Carly. After listening to this episode, it's pretty clear that Hakeem based his entire video on it. This is especially clear because his other sources don't really seem to build up his central argument.
Well, that actually makes me feel good about myself because Hakeem didn't even actually read Michael Jabara Carly's book, which I did. And I want to read his other books. He just released a more recent one, but it's like 500 pages, and I think it's only on sale for like $200 or some crap, which is what academic publishers do lately. Stalin's Gamble. So it's like not even affordable. Is this going to be another book he's working on? I've never even heard of it. I don't know. But I should read another. But yeah, wow. I feel better about myself. Because I did more research than Hakeem. Unless there's more in these other sources that he did a lot of research into. But
argument, but instead just random tertiary claims. Now, I don't want to get too much into detail about Carly, but it's pretty clear from a quick glance at his tweets and articles about current events that he's fallen off his rocker and blindly supports anything opposed to America, including fascist Russia and its invasion of Ukraine. His rocker and blindly supports anything opposed to America.
Yeah, I'm aware that Carly has a couple of sus opinions about Russia, but again, if you actually look at his academic work that he did in the book that I read, he goes specifically to the writings, the private writings of diplomats and politicians. And here I can share some things. He goes specifically to the writings of politicians and diplomats admitting that the Soviet Union tried to ally with the West. And I'll share some examples on the screen. This book is 1939, The Alliance That Never Was, I think it's called. Yeah, The Alliance That Never Was and the Coming of World War II. So please, if you guys, please go to this book and check the sources he's citing. Because maybe he's lying, and maybe these sources he's completely making it up. But I sincerely doubt that. Let's see. So that's one example. These are Alphonse was a French diplomat who directly said to ally with the USSR, and they didn't. And you guys can pause and read these yourself if you want to. Shit, oh my god. There we go. So Magyar, I believe, is another French diplomat. Potemkin, I believe, is another diplomat. All these diplomats directly saying, unless he's completely lying about his sources, all these diplomats are directly saying that England sabotaged negotiations. Yeah, so Litvinov was the diplomat who tried to form an alliance, but failed. So, I mean, I can go on and on and on. Here is Neville Chamberlain, the countless quotes of Neville Chamberlain saying implicitly and explicitly that he didn't want to ally with Russia. I'm not going to go through every one of them, so I'm just going to put them on the screen and people can read them if they're interested. Because if I went through every single one, this would take forever. Let's see. I am afraid the Russians will give us more trouble. And these British proposals that were being sent to the Soviets were ridiculous, you know. So yeah. Yeah, there's just endless quotes I can share of how damning it is. But please, I'm begging someone, go to this book and read the sources he cites. And tell me, is he lying? Is he making this stuff up? Because I really doubt it. And of course, Chamberlain was not the only person who also felt this, who wanted, you know, the USSR to be destroyed. Okay. So, I can keep going. But, oh, here's another example. Yeah, the British government sent like its final like negotiation before the Soviet Union cut things off on like a random merchant ship. You know, so it was like late and stuff, I believe. So yeah, they were just super disrespectful, and the diplomats they sent were like basically just stalling endlessly. Anyways. Where was I? Okay.
Including fascist Russia and its invasion of Ukraine. This sort of biased person is not the right historian to exclusively base your whole video on, because they can very easily introduce their bias into their writing.
By the way, some of the quotes I've already shared, sadly I don't have the sources for all of them, but not all of my quotes are based on Michael Carley either. Oh, and here's an example of some of the things the Soviets received in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Oh, that's what they sent. Hold on, my bad. No, this is what they received. At least some of it. Is it not coming up? Oh, it's off screen, I believe. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, I can see your comments. I'm just kind of distracted right now. So yeah, the Soviet Union received a shit ton of things. So yeah, if you're going to pretend to be like an objective, neutral, apolitical historian who's just telling the truth and only wants to like be fair and balanced and honest, then you have to actually be fair and balanced and honest.
Twisting even archival documents to serve their own personal political preference. Carley does seem to be a great researcher, but if you want an honest view of...
Wait. What is your claim? So he twisted archival documents for his own purpose. Give an example of that.
Serve their own on, because they can very easily introduce their bias into their writings, twisting even archival documents to serve their own personal political preference.
Do you have an example of him doing that? Did you read his book did you read his book and go to the sources he cited and check if they were being accurate? This doesn't sound like you did, Mr. I'm a fair, honest historian. Doesn't sound like you did.
Carley does seem to be a great researcher, but if you want an honest view of history, if you want an honest interpretation of that research, you need other historians too. The key is balance. But okay, that's enough yapping again. Let's hear from Hakeem himself.
Hello. We hear a lot about a supposed Hitler-Stalin pact, and much noise is made trying to link by extension two wildly different ideologies and nations together through some forced horseshoe theory nonsense. If you're unaware, the horseshoe theory claims that the far left and the far right, rather than being at opposite and opposing ends of a linear political continuum, are instead incredibly similar. This is the sort of brain dead take you expect from so-called liberals who consider themselves enlightened when doing their both sides are bad shtick. Historically, the so-called liberal center has always immediately sided with the far right when it came down to it, while the far left was the only one to have any real form of successful
$5 to be unmuted. Or subscribe to the Patreon.
and organic resistance. But that's not why I'm here today. Let's discuss the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Okay, so immediately Hakeem is setting out a political agenda. He wants to defend the Soviet Union from charges that it collaborated with Germany because it makes his team look bad. He doesn't want his ideology associated with the bad guys. He even shoots off an accusation that the Allies were actually the ones who collaborated with Germany with the Munich Agreement of 1938, even though, of course, Munich paled in comparison to the deals Stalin later signed with Germany. In order for the Munich Agreement to even be in the same league as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact,
Neville Chamberlain wanted more deals with the Nazis. After the Munich Agreement happened, Neville Chamberlain continued to prefer to discuss and talk with the Nazis. He continued to stall negotiations. The Munich Agreement happened in 1938. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact happened in 1939. There was plenty of time between those two events, as I showed in the quotes, where Chamberlain continued to stall and stall and stall and not ally with the USSR. Okay?
We'll talk more about that later. France would need to, I don't know, invade Czechoslovakia alongside Germany, which it didn't, by the way.
I mean, they took territory from Czechoslovakia, and basically all of these countries were basically already controlled by Western capitalists. That's the thing that's also ignored. All these countries were already, you know, Western capitalist proxy states in a lot of ways.
Clear that Hakeem is stuck in a Cold War siege mentality where he has to defend or shrug off everything the Soviet Union did because it's his political, tribal affiliation. But what if the USSR, and yes, Britain and France, but especially the USSR, what if they just did something bad? Is that so crazy to accept? But let's keep watching.
Let's discuss the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Note, the USSR and the Stalin era specifically was an incredibly nuanced episode of history. There are no great men, history is made by people and material conditions. Actions aren't taken in a vacuum, but instead are affected by real deficits and changes as they occur. Very rarely does something in history happen because someone is crazy, whatever that means. Much more commonly, we're simply missing or refusing to investigate the context. You don't have to like the USSR to be fair to the conditions it found itself in, nor do you need to agree with the actions taken just because you can understand why a certain action was taken. Broaden your mind a little, don't insult your intelligence, and be better than those that lap up the latest pop history propaganda. Let's get started.
Hakeem makes a fair point here, I'll give him that. We'll see this over the next few minutes, but the Soviet Union was not in a position to be especially idealistic in its foreign policy in the late 1930s. But the same goes for the Western allies too. If I were the Prime Minister of Britain, I would have done a lot of things differently. I'm sure Hakeem would have too, but I'm bringing hindsight that Chamberlain didn't have. How about I throw out a little Marx for you to win back some of the communists?
You're bringing hindsight that Chamberlain didn't have. Okay, but Chamberlain decided to sabotage the negotiations. Like, how is that a good defense of Chamberlain? And also, couldn't you do that about Stalin? Say Stalin didn't have hindsight that the Nazis would break the pact and invade? But I guess you're only applying hindsight to, you're only applying hindsight the other way around. Have a good night, Tofu. Va bien.
That are probably angry at me. Men make their own history, Marx writes, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given.
Is he saying this to defend Neville Chamberlain completely sabotaging negotiations with the Soviet Union? Bud, no one was stopping Neville Chamberlain. The Labour Party in the UK wanted an alliance. This is another thing that's been completely erased from history. The Labour Party at the time in the UK was a bit more left-wing. They wanted the alliance with the Soviet Union. And I don't know if I have quotes about that, but I know that's a fact. Not all of them, but many of them did. So it wasn't like Chamberlain was like swept up in the waves of history and couldn't have done anything. Chamberlain was personally an ideological right-wing conservative who liked the fascist Nazis more than he liked the communists. This is insanity. This is pathetic insanity.
And transmitted from the past. But we also shouldn't let nuance, or whatever Hakeem says, prevent us from understanding real decisions. Stalin wasn't some low-level bureaucrat, he was the power in the Soviet Union. Michael Jabarov-Karli admits that he killed thousands upon thousands of any people who possibly could oppose him in the Soviet Union. So it's fairly obvious he could have made different choices, just like the leaders of Britain and France could have as well.
A frequent trope we hear is that...
Okay, so is he going to admit... Okay, so... Alright.
The 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a military alliance between the USSR and Nazi Germany. This framing usually follows attempts of paralleling the USSR and Nazi Germany, and by extension socialism and fascism, in an ideological attempt at painting a certain strand of liberalism as apart and somehow more legitimate to the concepts of integrity, quote-unquote being on the right side of history, etc., than socialism. Note that this rarely is used against fascism and is intended solely to paint socialism in a bad light. I wonder why.
Okay, so Hakeem is making 2 points here. One, critics of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact have a political motive, and two, I don't really know what his second point is. He says kind of like that people don't criticize Germany for signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact because they like fascism. I don't get that. I don't see how that adds up.
Note that this is rarely used against fascism as used solely to paint socialism in a bad light. Well, not just fascism, but liberalism as well. Because, again, the main reason this is all so fucked up, the whole history about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is so evil and messed up, is because throughout history, we have been taught that the Soviets and the Nazis were the only parties involved, that the Soviets never wanted to ally, or it's just not mentioned, right? So that is the thing that pisses me off the most about this. That the UK and France were just as responsible for all of this, if not more. But it's only the Soviet Union that gets fucked over. And I think Hakeem's a little wrong there. I think some people will use it against fascism as well. But what he really should be saying is that it's rarely used against liberalism, because in reality, it's a damning indictment of liberalism if people actually knew the truth of how much liberal countries sabotage negotiations with the Soviet Union and appease the Nazis instead.
But let's talk about the first one first. 1. You can't debunk a biased political argument with another biased political argument. But let's get back to his second claim, which is, this is rarely used against fascism. Hakeem doesn't say what this is. What exactly is rarely used against fascism? Because he throws out all these random attacks against liberalism in this video. So that could mean two things, I think. 1. Accusing a country of being on the wrong side of history is never used against fascism. But this is an extraordinarily ridiculous claim. Does Hakeem honestly believe that liberals don't criticize the Third Reich for being bad? That's like the entire premise of modern liberalism as an ideology. 2.
That's the entire premise of modern liberalism as an ideology. In a very dishonest and two-faced way, maybe in part, hating totalitarianism in a very two-faced, dishonest way, because liberal governments constantly support and uphold totalitarian and authoritarian and fascist governments.
He must mean this as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But why would anyone criticize Germany for making a deal with the Soviet Union?
So to whoever is saying lesser evil is still evil, what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
Unless you believe that the Soviet Union was worse than Germany. Why would liberals say this? Why would anyone say this? I honestly have no idea what Hakeem meant. It's clear to me that he's actually just making a clumsy and nonsensical jab at liberals, because again, this is a political video that's making a political argument. But let's just get into the actual historical part of the video. Okay, so since I know that you all are here for the most important part, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, I'm going to fast forward past Hakeem's first 5 minutes of background explanation. I'll definitely respond to his claims afterwards, but for now I'll provide my own summary of the background info. Throughout the 1930s, the Soviet Union sought a solid alliance with Britain and France in order to contain the thrashing
Wait,
of
so does Hakeem cite Carly, or is he citing Carly?
Germany. That's a historical fact. The diplomatic effort to create a so-called collective security frame summary of the background info. Throughout the 1930s, the Soviet Union sought a solid alliance with Britain and France in order to contain the thrashing of Germany. That's a historical fact. The diplomatic effort to create a so-called collective security was spearheaded by Maxim Litvinov, the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Michael J. Carly talks a lot about Litvinov, raising him up to practically heroic levels. But the French, and especially the British, were suspicious of the Soviets for various reasons. I'll talk about that later, but they dragged their heels throughout the 1930s, even when Germany began to goose-step across whole countries. This proved to be a very stupid decision on the part of Britain and France. They nearly shed their reluctance in August 1939 after Germany invaded Czechoslovakia and appeared gearing up to invade Poland next. But Britain and France again dragged their heels, even as complete disaster loomed over Europe. They just didn't trust the Soviet Union at all.
Okay, so he is admitting it. He is actually admitting it, which is better than most channels. He is admitting to the negotiations. Is he going to, in any way, talk about how this was covered up for 70 years? This entire reality was completely covered up. Because if he was an objective, neutral historian without any bias or ideology or any kind of, bone to pick, whatever, you would have to point out that that was covered up. Because that's the single most important factor at play here. That it was covered up. The reality of this was completely covered up. It is still covered up today. I grew up in American schools. I never heard anything about the sabotaging of negotiations by England or France. Maybe it was a line or two somewhere. But when you actually look at the facts and you look how in-depth the sabotage was, it can't just be, boiled up to the England and France were scared that the Soviet Union was gonna, They were scared because they were anti-communists. All these countries invaded Russia when they had a revolution. These countries were, I believe, under embargoes, right?
Skipping a few key details I'll tell you about in a minute, but let's hear how Hakeem
By these countries, I mean the Soviet Union was under embargoes.
describes what happens next.
With the collective security policy not bearing fruit, the USSR decided the next best course of action was some kind of treaty with Germany that would delay the war machine the Soviets knew were coming for them. Soviets understood that the West's appeasement policy that had resulted in the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia was a failure and prelude to an expansionist war by Germany, and that Poland was in Germany's crosshairs next. The Soviets sought to buy as much time to prepare and therefore was left with the unenviable position of having to sign a non-aggression treaty with Germany in order to provide for the security of the USSR and her citizens. All this is also forgetting that the USSR was the last country to sign a non-aggression pact, after Poland and France and Belgium, Baltic countries, amongst others. That's always never mentioned. I wonder why.
Okay, first, nobody complains about the Soviet Union and Germany signing a non-aggression pact in a vacuum. They complain about the Soviet Union signing a non-aggression pact with Germany 2 weeks before the Second World War, giving them the breathing space they needed to invade and butcher Poland. They complain about the secret protocols in the
Does this guy really think that if the Soviet Union just hadn't signed the pact, that Hitler would have been like, oh, well, guess we're not invading Poland? Does he think that without the Molotov Pact, Hitler would have not invaded anyone? Because that's just ridiculous. Shut up, bitch.
non-aggression pact, which were nothing better than an imperialist agreement to cut up Eastern Europe like a cabbage pie, and they complain about the unnecessary and voluntary aid the Soviet Union provided Germany up until the very end. Since Hakeem is
Hey, bud. You have another chance as an objective and neutral historian without an ideological bone to pick, without any, just a neutral, trustworthy guy. Are you gonna say anywhere that the Soviet Union also received things in return? Are you? I assume not.
is unwilling to talk about all the details of how this treaty came about, probably because they make his team look bad.
What? First of all, Hakeem should have talked about the details about how the treaty came about. He fucked up by not doing that. But this YouTuber himself just said, he admitted that France and England messed up in not allying with the Soviet Union. But now he's saying that the details that led up to the pact make the Soviet Union look bad?
I'll do so now. Remember Maxim Litvinov, the hero of collective security, the head of the foreign ministry, and Michael Carley's favorite statesman of the 1930s? Right, well, Stalin fired him on the evening of May 3rd, 1939.
He fired Litvinov because the negotiations were going nowhere. He fired Litvinov because the negotiations had failed. Maybe it wasn't the right choice. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't the right choice. But Carley admits this in his book. Is this guy saying this like it's some gotcha against Carley? Carley admits that Litvinov got fired and that it wasn't, that he didn't approve in the book. If this guy actually read the book like I did, he would know that Michael Carley admits that. And he says it probably wasn't a good idea to fire Litvinov. So, yeah.
And replaced him with Vyacheslav Molotov, namesake of the Molotov cocktail. We'll talk about how we got that nickname later. But anyways, a clear and obvious reason
we'll talk about how we got that nickname later. They invaded Finland.
for Litvinov's sacking was his failure to woo Britain and France into an alliance. But Stalin might also have been giving a public warning to Britain and France to get their acts together. Of course, this didn't work as we talked about. But another key reason, pretty important, for Stalin firing the guy was Litvinov's ethnic heritage. He was born Meyer, Hinach, Wallach, Finkelstein.
So he's gonna say that it was because he was Jewish. This was still months before the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed. This was months before the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed. Still, under Molotov, negotiations were attempted. They were just more... Carley writes in his book that negotiations were still genuine until the end. It was just that Molotov was more terse and less open than Litvinov.
Decades later, Molotov remembered Stalin ordering him to, this is pretty important, Molotov himself says this, Stalin ordered him to purge the Ministry of Jews. This is something
I've read Molotov Remembers cover to cover. I read Molotov Remembers cover to cover. I do not remember that line. Now, I believe the foreign ministry was purged of Jews after the pact happened, which is pretty sus. But I do not remember that line from Molotov Remembers. I read every single word of that 600-page book.
he explicitly remembers Stalin telling him to do. And why did Litvinov's heritage matter? Why did Stalin want to purge the Ministry of Jews? Well, Stalin wanted to explore additional options. Per recovered documents, a Soviet diplomat named Pavel Astakov, who was handling a key economic dispute with the Germans at the time, asked his counterpart on May 5th whether this event, he's talking about Litvinov being fired, would cause a change in German attitude toward the Soviet Union. He stressed very much the great importance of the personality of Molotov. On August 22nd, the Führer spoke to his general.
That's the
very
proof
much the great
that it was
importance
anti-Semitism? That he stressed the personality of Molotov? Am I missing something, or is that just an awful like evidence?
Personality of Molotov. On August 22nd, the Führer spoke to his generals and specifically said Litvinov's replacement was decisive. Both sides knew what was happening. Now, Litvinov's canning didn't end collective security. Molotov continued efforts to get an alliance with Britain and France through the summer of 1939. But Stalin was now more open to a possible understanding with Germany, and Germany continued.
Everything he's saying here, he's just basically admitting everything I've been saying. But then he also says that this makes the Soviet Union look bad. That Molotov was trying. What he's leaving out, of course, is he's leaving out just how much England and France ignored and indirectly insulted and, delayed, basically. Maybe he'll talk about it later.
Its efforts to woo the Soviets away from Britain and France. Now, historians argue back and forth when exactly the General Secretary opened his mind to repriemand with the Reich. Jeffrey Roberts argues it took until late July 1939 before Britain and France's attachés arrived in Russia to negotiate. As Soviet-German negotiations began in secret, the outline became pretty clear of what both sides wanted. This wouldn't just be a normal non-aggression pact, but a settlement of a number of territorial political issues in Eastern Europe, as Jeffrey Roberts puts it. Already, Germany was proposing splitting the continent in half. As Soviet negotiations with the democracies broke down, the Soviets switched tracks toward the Germans. At first, the Soviets called for Ribbentrop to visit August 26th or so, but with Germany's deadline for starting the war coming, the Germans called for an earlier date. Here's what Roberts writes. In a letter to Hitler, Stalin replied personally, agreeing that Ribbentrop arrive in Moscow on the 23rd of August. Within a few hours of his arrival, they signed a deal. Why was the Soviet Union so interested in a deal with Germany? Well, perhaps the best source we have is the diary of Georgy Dimitrov, the leader of the Communist International, who met with Stalin on September 7th and wrote that Stalin said, "A war is on between two groups of capitalist countries, for the redivision of the world, for the domination of the world. We see nothing wrong in their having a good hard fight and weakening each other. It would be fun."
Good. Good. Yeah. True. The Soviet Union tried to ally with England and France. England and France sabotaged negotiations endlessly. And Stalin, at that point, and I have many criticisms of Stalin, said, you know what? Fine. Let them kill each other. And these countries all invaded the Soviet Union when it had its revolution. The Soviet Union was at war already. This is what Carly argues, is that there was already a Cold War since the Russian Revolution. The Cold War did not start after World War II. It started, I believe he argues that. I've heard it somewhere. The Cold War was already going on, right? They're at war, basically, in a Cold War. Soviet Union tried to ally. Chamberlain sabotaged it. Good. Let them kill each other. Let them kill millions. Let the capitalist countries destroy each other. And let's take them over. That's war, man. If the capitalist countries want war with the socialist countries, then you have to do that, and you have to do whatever you can to win. Is there a problem with that? I don't see the problem with that. Good. Now, obviously, you want to be the good guy, relatively, but in a vacuum, England and France brought them on themselves by not allying with the Soviet Union. Good. That's a great quote. I totally agree with that.
If at the hands of Germany, the position of the richest capitalist countries, especially England, were shaken. We can
Good. Absolutely based.
maneuver, pit one side against the other, and to set them fighting with each other as fiercely as possible. The non-aggression pact is to a certain degree helping Germany. Next time we'll urge on the other side. Michael J. Carley, who if you remember is Hakeem's real source throughout this whole video, admits this is a real quote from Stalin. Now of course he adds that the West was just as cynical. That's fair, we'll talk about their failure later, but you have to admit, this was a pretty revealing thing for Stalin to say on the
Yeah. And with the context in mind of England and France's sabotage, you know, what are you going to do? That's just how it is.
eve of the Second World War, don't you think? Now, why was Germany so interested in a deal with the Soviet Union? Well, back on the night of August 18th, 1939, the German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop messaged his ambassador in Moscow, Count von Schulenburg, and said, "The Führer considers it necessary that we be not taken by surprise by the outbreak of German-Polish conflict while we are striving for a clarification of German-Russian relations. He therefore considers a previous clarification necessary, if only to be taken into account Russian interests in case of such a conflict." So clearly the Führer had major worries about invading Poland if Germany hadn't yet signed a deal with the Soviets. Now I believe there was probably like a 90-95% chance that Germany would have just invaded Poland anyways.
Exactly. They would have. I mean, almost certainly, yeah.
But with the pact, there was a 100% chance of Germany invading Poland. The Soviet-German friendship also had a key...
And again, you know, it's so much better that it was split in half rather than Nazi Germany take all of Poland. Because Poland was completely genocided of every single person. Meanwhile, there's like the Katyn massacre where like 30,000, you know, right-wing officers and intellectuals and stuff were executed. Nazi Germany killed like 7.65 million people in Poland. It's not even close. The numbers are like, they're ridiculously different. Yeah, this video is not about TikHistory. The next video probably will be about TikHistory. And then I'll yeah.
economic dimension. On August 22nd, the Führer addressed his top generals to discuss the coming war with Poland, and probably Britain and France as well. He specifically said, "We need not be afraid of a blockade. The East will supply us with grain, cattle, coal, lead, and zinc." Which gives us an even deeper explanation as to why Germany saw positive relations with the Soviet Union to create its own continental system against the British blockade. As history would soon show, that aid that the Soviet Union provided to Germany was very important to its war effort. But let's move on.
I have sources that say the opposite, as I shared earlier, which is that Germany was in part hurt industrially by the trade pact with the Soviet Union, A, and B, again, the Soviet Union gained from it, and the Soviet Union had no obligation to defend Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union had no obligation to defend Nazi Germany. To defend England or France. They tried to form an alliance with England and France. England and France rejected them.
Next, Hakeem cites an interview in Times magazine with a former U.S. ambassador to the USSR who says that the Soviet Union acted rationally to buy itself time. He says that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact
And this is only one of countless ambassadors and diplomats who to somewhat or greatly defend the Soviet Union, as I've already showed.
Not a pact for a mutual offensive against Germany's enemies, in that it provided only that neither would attack the other. They gained precious time, which they feverishly employed to protect their security against the inevitable Nazi attack. Hakeem uses this to argue that
by now it should be crystal clear that the narrative that resulted from Cold War distortion is in blatant contravention of the facts. The fact the USSR signed with Germany wasn't a military alliance, it was a means of buying time to prepare for the easily anticipated invasion.
Except one problem. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact had a secret protocol. That's what I've been talking about. This interview from the ambassador was given in 1943 in the midst of the war, and the secret protocol was only discovered by the wider world 3 years later in 1946 when it was published in newspapers. Using a source before people knew about the true secret extent of the deal, which negotiators on both sides admitted was key to the agreement, is manipulative. Hakeem must know, or if he doesn't know, then he maybe shouldn't have made this video, he must know that this is not an honest source to use. We'll talk more about whether the Soviet Union actually feverishly prepared for war with Germany in a minute, but let's hear what Hakeem has to say next.
Related to the military alliance myth is the claim that Stalin conspired with Hitler to partition Poland between Germany and the USSR in one of the secret articles of the pact brought by the Germans, specifically secret article number 2. If you read through it, it's fairly clear as to what Germany's true intentions were. The most obvious happens to be in the first line article. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state. This is a rather long-winded and euphemistic way to describe an invasion. The phrasing really betrays what the Germans want to do and then presents them in the treaty as a pure hypothetical. Also, remember, this is a secret provision of the treaty, which only serves to further make clear that Germany was targeting Poland in what had till then been a series of easy, albeit by diplomatically draining annexations via the appeasement by Western powers. After all, while the Germans made it obvious that they were bent on expansion, they still wanted to have the veneer of plausible deniability. They soon used another euphemism for invasion as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the Signy's respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves.
This is the most confusing part of the video for me because Hakeem is making an argument fundamentally opposed to the whole thesis of his whole video. I honestly don't know if he understands this, so I'll explain it. He says in one sentence, related to the military alliance myth is the claim that Stalin conspired with Hitler to partition Poland between Germany and the USSR. He argues that this is false throughout the whole video, so he thinks it's a myth, that it's untrue. But then his next few sentences prove that they did. He argues that it is completely obvious from the text of the secret protocol of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that Germany was planning on invading Poland, which is obviously true. Germany was planning on doing that for months, if not years, but the reason everyone is angry at the Soviet Union, Hakeem, is because the Soviets signed the deal anyways. As you admit, he admits this, they must have seen a German invasion of Poland coming down the pipeline. It seems clear to me that they failed to respond appropriately, maybe even enabling it by basically greenlighting German conquest. Hakeem admits this. They did not consider the will or the interest.
Oh, and another thing I forgot to mention is that Poland also played an extensive role in sabotaging negotiations. The right-wing Polish government, who was very pro-Nazi and wanted to basically side with the Nazis in a lot of ways. So, I mean, yeah. Maybe you shouldn't have sabotaged negotiations. Poland got it way worse with the Nazis in the end. Poland got it way worse with the Nazis than they did with the Soviets. Yeah. Let's see. That's one example. Yeah, I mean, Carly's argument is basically that Poland basically signed its own death warrant. Oh, yeah, and then also Poland totally abandoned Czechoslovakia. Poland was happy to let Czechoslovakia get taken. Yeah, fuck the Polish government. I don't really care about some right-wing Polish capitalist government being split in half, especially when the Soviet half was far less horrific than the Nazi half, and it would have just been all Nazi controlled if not for the pact.
Interests of the Polish people. It was cold, it was calculating. You could even say they split Poland into different parts. Partition, if you will. And what do you call an agreement with Germany hidden from everyone else in the world while in the midst of negotiations with Germany's enemies? I'd call that conspiring. How else would you describe this treaty if not Stalin conspiring with Hitler to partition Poland? That's literally just what the text of this treaty reads, as Hakeem admits. It's either a myth or German invasion plans were obvious. It can't be both. The only way you can hold these two competing ideas in your head at the same time, not only that, but write a script with these sentences next to each other, speak them into a microphone, edit them, and upload it to your hundreds of...
Yeah, I mean, I think that is an issue that Hakeem had. I think it's hard because I know he's a doctor in real life. So... It is. I imagine it's very hard to work a full-time job as a doctor and, put out these videos. But anyways, yeah. Honestly, Poland being cut in half was the best possible end for Poland because Poland didn't want to. Poland preferred the Nazis, so the government got what it asked for. It's a very sad situation, but we are not watching Tick right now. Just to be clear to people, this is not Tick.
Of thousands of subscribers is through an extremely impressive gymnastic routine of doublethink. But let's talk more about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, because even though Hakeem denies it existed in the title of his video, but just showed it on screen, he obviously doesn't talk about it that much. You can see a copy of the secret protocol here, there's a link down below, but it's everywhere online, you can read it yourself. Let's bring up an English translation. Article 1 of the secret additional protocol between Hitler and Stalin reads, Article 1. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Baltic states, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the northern boundary of Lithuania shall represent the boundary of the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR. In this connection, the interest of Lithuania in the Vilna area is recognized by each party. Wait a second, that's not Poland. So right off the bat, if you actually read the whole document, it's abundantly clear that this treaty was not just about Germany invading Poland, it was about the whole of Eastern Europe. There was no risk of a German invasion of Finland, yet the Soviet Union made sure to snatch that slice of the pie. Let's take it.
Well, you can debate how justified that is or not, but actually that was considered a buffer zone. Because again, the Soviets still believed a Nazi invasion was possible. When the Soviets invaded Finland, There's a common misunderstanding that the Soviets lost to the Finns. That is not true. They took heavy casualties to the Finns, but they lost. Although the Finns lost. The Soviets did not take all of Finland. They did not take most of Finland. They took like a narrow strip of Finland as a buffer zone. That's all they took.
Take a glimpse at Article 3. Article 3. With regard to southeastern Europe, attention is called by the Soviet side to its interest in Bessarabia. The German side declares its complete political disinterestedness in these areas. Put a pin in that for a moment, just like the question of whether or not the Soviet Union will seize territory from Romania anytime soon, despite Germany saying it had no interest there. I wonder why Hakeem doesn't talk about this in his video. Actually, instead of just vaguely suggesting ulterior motives like Hakeem does throughout his video, I'll make it clear. He doesn't talk about these parts of the treaty because
I wonder why you don't mention how the Soviet Union also got a bunch of shit from the Nazis in the pact.
it makes the Soviet Union, his team as he self-identifies, look bad. And the mission of his video, if you remember, is to make the Soviet Union look good. But let's take a gander at the juiciest protocol of them all. Article 2. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state, the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR shall be bounded approximately by the lines of the river Narev, Vistula, and San. The question of whether the interest of both parties make desirable the maintenance of an independent Polish state and how such a state should be bounded can only be definitely determined in the course of further political developments. In any event, both governments will resolve this question by means of a friendly agreement. So it's pretty clear from this text that the Soviet Union, like Germany, was an imperialist power seeking to maximize its strength. Now, obviously, every country is motivated by self-interest. That's natural.
Oops. Germany had as much right to exist as anyone else? What the fuck does that mean?
But people like Hakeem enjoy pretending that the Soviet Union was some sort of enlightened despotism, guided by motivations superior to those of dirty capitalist countries. You'll see this in a bit.
It was.
But he spent the first 6 minutes of his video trashing Britain and France for being unwilling to fight Germany in the mid-1930s, but when the Soviet Union signs a much closer deal with Germany all the way in 1939, when it knows Germany is planning on invading Poland, then, when the Soviets themselves start invading sovereign...
You yourself admitted that England and France refused to ally with the Soviets, you fucking moron.
countries that Germany hasn't even touched, then Stalin is just buying time for a war he knew was coming. Here.
I think there's a Nazi in chat, boys. There's a Nazi.
I'll pose a hypothetical to everyone in case you don't see the difference. Imagine if, in August 1939, Germany was gearing up to invade France instead of Poland. Let's pretend that the Soviet Union, distrustful of capitalist powers, drags its heels in signing a defense treaty with Britain and France. So Supreme Leader Oswald Mosley of the United Kingdom throws up his arms, fires his Jewish foreign minister, and signs a treaty of non-aggression with Germany. And in its secret protocols, Germany and Britain agree to divide French territory between them. Then, just a week later, Germany invades France, and 3 weeks after that, Britain invades France too, gobbling up a whole bunch of territory and annexing it into the new British Empire. For some reason, I don't think Hakeem would be as charitable to Britain in that case. So what?
Okay, let me watch this again from the beginning.
Hypothetical to everyone in case you don't see the difference. Imagine if, in August 1939, Germany was gearing up to invade France instead of Poland. Let's pretend that the Soviet Union, distrustful of capitalist powers, drags its heels in signing a defense treaty with Britain and France. So Supreme Leader Oswald Mosley of the United Kingdom throws up his arms, fires his Jewish foreign minister, and signs a treaty of non-aggression with Germany. And in its secret protocols, Germany and Britain agree to divide French territory between them. Then
okay, yeah, so this is so fucked up. Notice what he said. He said the Soviet Union... Wait, one more... No, he did... Okay. So the main problem with this is that France, in these negotiations, one of several problems, one of the main problems is that France was a major negotiator alongside the UK. France actually wanted an alliance with the Soviets a lot more than the UK did, relatively. I have more quotes for this. But France actually semi-wanted an alliance with the UK, unlike England. But ultimately they went with what the UK wanted. So it's a terrible analogy because unlike France, Poland actively sabotaged negotiations, but France didn't sabotage negotiations. That's the first thing. The second thing is that again, these countries literally invaded the Soviet Union during the Russian Civil War. There was an active Cold War going on, and the Soviet Union had plenty of reasons to despise England and France by this time, to an extent far greater than they had any reason to despise the Soviet Union. Guys, give me money. Come on, I'm spitting here. Give me some fucking money, for fuck's sake, please.
Just a week later, Germany invades France, and 3 weeks after that, Britain invades France too, gobbling up a whole bunch of territory and annexing it into the new British Empire. For some reason, I don't think Hakeem would be as charitable to Britain in that case. So what does Hakeem say immediately after skimming through the contents?
I mean, again, also, yeah, I think there's no problem with being ideological, by the way. And yeah, I mean, I don't approve of capitalist countries becoming stronger. But that's another difference, is that the Soviet Union took capitalist countries, while the capitalist country would just be taking another capitalist country. So of course, someone like you, a capitalist, wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, or would have a problem with that. But of course, I don't have a problem, or as much of a problem, with a socialist country taking the territory of right-wing capitalist countries that did everything possible to sabotage negotiations.
Of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is the subject of his whole video. Is he maybe going to talk about the Soviet territorial ambitions in other countries like Lithuania, Romania, Finland? Let's see.
They soon use another euphemism for invasion as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the Signi's respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves. Poland was unfortunately really affected by anti-Semitic conspiracies in the form of Judeo-Bolshevism, the extremely stupid idea that Jewish people were overrepresented in and thereby controlled the Soviet government.
Why did he throw Poland under the bus immediately? It's like he knows he said something bad about the Soviet Union, so he had to turn around and smack someone else in the face to balance it out. But I'll be charitable and assume that he's not making the argument that
anyone that says bad things about Poland is a good guy in my book.
Poland, being anti-Semitic, didn't have the right to determine its own form of government, because the Soviet Union, as we've showed, also...
Thank you, Nature Walking Through. Much appreciated. Bless up.
was anti-Semitic. But let's keep listening.
This anti-communist sentiment was a powerful guiding force in the Polish foreign policy. Obviously shunning the possibility of an alliance with the USSR, Poland sought to force strategic military alliances with Britain and France to guard against a Nazi invasion, and signed a mutual defense pact only months before the invasion would actually occur. In this context, Stalin had to make a difficult decision about how to best allow the USSR to survive the oncoming assault, which would be called Operation Barbarossa, which began in 1941.
First, a few points. 1. Poland did not reject an alliance with the Soviet Union because it was anti-Semitic. Interwar Poland was very anti-Semitic, but it rejected an alliance with the Soviet Union for geopolitical reasons. Poland won.
Thank you, 80s Wolf. Much appreciated. Thank you, Master Shake. Whoa, wait, Master Shake, that's the fucking Nazi. That's the Nazi, isn't it? No, you're spelling, I like that. Keep with 2 P's. Sounds good to me.
Won its independence from Russia in living memory. It feared once Soviet troops entered the country, they wouldn't leave the country for decades. That's what happened in real life. 2. We'll talk more
Good.
about whether or not Stalin effectively prepared for the German invasion later. Hint, he didn't. But let's listen to Hakeem a bit more.
Additionally, the notion that Stalin was secretly planning a joint offensive with Hitler in order to partition Poland hasn't really been substantiated. If you look at the order of events, the reaction of the Soviet leadership, and the actions of the Red Army, which we're going to talk about in a second, you clearly see that this was not the typical actions of a conquering army. Stalin's focus on invasion threat from Germany and the time he was trying to buy the thwart one was only in regard to the USSR, not Poland. Of course, he only cares about his own nation. The USSR leadership was absolutely blindsided by the Nazi invasion of Poland. It occurred only 1 week after signing the pact and only 1 day after the Supreme Soviet approved it. These are not the actions of a state anticipating a joint offensive. Just to be clear, the USSR leadership understood Hitler was planning on invading Poland, but not so immediately and so blatantly. Due to them being caught off guard, the Soviet invasion of Poland not only happened days after the Nazi invasion, but was hastily and poorly organized.
Okay, so Hakeem talks for a bit about how the Soviet army was not in a war-ready state when it occupied Poland. He takes this as proof that the Soviets were not planning on invading Poland, and that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact didn't actually partition Poland. This is a very messy section, it doesn't make much sense, so I'm just going to list out some responses. 1. The Soviet army being disorganized is not proof that the Soviets didn't plan to invade Poland, since again, things are changing every day. Maybe the Soviet army was just disorganized from Stalin shooting all his good generals. It was disorganized when he invaded Finland, too, and the Soviets had more time to plan that war. 2. There is a difference between agreeing to partition something and planning to actually conquer territory. Historians argue back and forth when Stalin actually set in stone the plan to conquer Poland, but they probably only gave it the green light a few days after Germany invaded Poland. 3. The USSR invaded Poland on September 17th. Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, so it wasn't days, like Hakeem says, but weeks. Hakeem fans, if you're still around, please take this as proof that I am not being biased against him, because this kind of strengthens his argument, and if I was being biased, I wouldn't even point it out. But anyways, when exactly did the Soviet Union actually decide to start invading countries. Let's look at some actual sources. As historian Jeffrey Roberts explains, immediately after the German invasion of Poland, the Soviet Union charted a neutralist wait-and-see approach. They didn't immediately invade, that's a fact. On September 3rd, however, the German foreign minister Ribbentrop directed his ambassador Schulenburg in Moscow to say that Germany might have to trespass into the Soviet sphere in Poland to wipe up the army unless the Soviet Union invaded first. He said, "Please discuss this at once with Molotov to see if the Soviet Union does not consider it desirable for Russian forces to move at the proper time against Polish forces in the Russian sphere of interest and, for their part, to occupy this territory." Then, on September 9th, Schulenburg messaged back to Germany to say, "Molotov told me today at 3 p.m. that a Soviet military action would take place within the next few days." So at the very latest, the Soviets set in motion their plan to invade Poland on September 9th. Then, the day afterward, the German records say, Molotov modified his statement of yesterday by saying that the Soviet government was taken completely by surprise by the unexpected rapid German military success. In accordance with our first communication, the Red Army had counted on several weeks, which had now shrunk to a few days. The Soviet military authorities were therefore in a difficult situation since, in view of conditions here, they required possibly 2 to 3 weeks more for their preparations. Over 3 million men were already mobilized. Then Molotov came to the political side of the matter and stated that the Soviet government had intended to take the occasion of the further advance of German troops to declare that Poland was falling apart, and that it was necessary for the Soviet government, in consequence, to come to the aid of the Ukrainians and the White Russians threatened by Germany. This argument was to make the intervention of the Soviet Union plausible to the masses, and at the same time avoid giving the Soviet Union the appearance of an aggressor. If you were distracted, it's important to look at this message because it shows that the Soviets used ethnic politics as an excuse for their invasion. It wasn't the actual reason, they were just floating it to win the masses in their sudden geopolitical swap toward allying with fascism. So the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a partition,
this is the same thing that's said about every single thing the Soviet Union ever says. Oh, the Soviet Union only taught people how to read because they wanted to brainwash them into communism. The Soviet Union only gave women, more rights so that they could make women evil bureaucrats loyal to the state. Every single thing the Soviet Union says that could be construed positively in any way is always taken, and it's saying, this is only just for cynical geopolitical purposes. Maybe it was in large part, but it's just so tiring to see every single thing the USSR ever says twisted to be like, oh, they just did this cynically.
Yes, but the Soviet Union did not immediately expect to have to invade Poland to conquer the territory so soon. Like the rest of the world, Stalin was surprised at how quickly Poland collapsed. When it fell, he hurriedly picked up the pace and invaded Poland on September 17th for cold, calculating reasons. I've been ranting for a bit, so let's hear what Hakeem has to say next.
Aside on practically all the areas the Soviets would go on to quote-unquote occupy prior to 1941 either were part of the post-Tsarist political structure or had their own episode of the Bolshevik Revolution, which happened to be defeated either by white armies, for example Finland in the Civil War, or German World War I policy, specifically Brest-Litovsk.
The only reason to bring this up at all is to make the argument that Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania, all countries the Soviets invaded, were not legitimate countries. Remember how he says quote-unquote occupy, as if the Soviet Union did not literally occupy them with soldiers. He uses the word occupy.
All of those countries would have been much better off if they had had successful revolutions after 1917. We see this when we look at how much quality of life improved in the Soviet Union post-1917, how literacy rate went to 100%, how people had housing, healthcare, free transportation, endless benefits.
Over and over throughout the rest of the video without any hesitation, so I don't know why he's being tricky here. And also, it doesn't matter if Finland was part of the post-Tsarist political structure, whatever that means. Finland did not want to be invaded and occupied by the Soviet Union. That's the important part. I don't have any problem saying the United States invaded and occupied countries, so why does he have such a problem admitting that the Soviet Union did the same? Earlier in his video, he condemns Western efforts to snuff out the communist revolution in Russia.
Is he talking about the first Finnish war? Because to my knowledge, the Soviet Union didn't really occupy Finland. They took a small sliver of land, of useless land, as a buffer zone, because Leningrad was right on the border of the Soviet Union, and Leningrad was an extremely, I believe it was Leningrad, maybe it's Petrograd, I don't know, was on the border of the Soviet Union, was an extremely important city. To my knowledge, it was the second most important city after Moscow. And so having that city right on the border with Finland, when they knew Finland was aligned with the Nazis, it was aligned and favorable towards the Nazis, the Soviet Union wanted that buffer zone. Yeah, Prenti said that any examination of the Soviet Union was framed as evidence of hostility. Yeah, when I was talking about that, I thought for a second of bringing up the Prenti quote, which is a classic from Black Shirts and Reds. I'm not talking about Tik now, but I will talk about Tik after this video.
If Russians had a right to determine their own form of government and to not be invaded by foreign countries, why do other countries not have that right as well? Well, Hakeem's true reasoning is clear. It's because there wasn't enough red on their flags.
Okay, so if the USSR didn't conspire with the Nazis to partition Poland amongst themselves, then why did the USSR invade Poland? There's plenty of sources that already focus and almost exclusively mention the many unjustifiable mistakes committed by the Red Army, as with any army, of course. But this overemphasis really only serves as a way for liberals to equate the communists and Nazis, which is an ideological pool with the depth of a puddle.
It's really quite extraordinary how Hakeem manages to completely pivot whenever he lets it slip out that the Soviet Union might have done anything bad. Back before, if you remember, he instantly pivoted from admitting the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact did not consider the will of the Polish people to condemning Poland as an anti-Semitic country, despite, of course, the Soviet Union being anti-Semitic too.
I don't think he's pivoting. He's just providing additional context. It's not pivoting.
Even in a
Remember, he started this video by saying things like Hakeem will never say the Soviet Union did anything wrong, but Hakeem literally just admitted that the Soviet Union did things wrong.
sort of basic introductory rhetorical question about why the Soviet Union invaded Poland, he can't even answer his own
He has to frame
question.
Innocent Poland and innocent Finland and all these innocent countries who just existed in a vacuum innocently. Did these live streams get posted to the channel afterwards? Yes, they do. Finnish elites wanted to create a greater Finland. I didn't know that, but I would not be surprised. Poland invaded and annexed territory from Ukraine and Belarus. When was that?
Before instantly pivoting to attack liberal sources that condemn Soviet atrocities. Except almost by accident, he admits that the Soviets did those atrocities to try to get above any moral hypocritical issue.
He doesn't do it by accident. What are you talking about, man? What do you mean by accident? He said he didn't accidentally slip something out. He said pretty straightforwardly the Red Army committed atrocities, like any army does. He's right.
He offers the lukewarm concession that those crimes were unjustifiable. I am really tired of this sort of hollow rhetoric. How many millions murdered, thrown in camps, ripped from their homes, tortured, but you know what, I'm getting ahead of myself, because not a word after Hakeem admits that these crimes were unjustifiable, he retracts everything and says they were mistakes. Unjustifiable mistakes. Because
when did he say unjustifiable?
wait, if they're unjustifiable, that means the Soviets did something bad, so they have to be mistakes. Mistakes that any army, he says, would commit. But that's not enough. He has to always consider the political implications because this is a political video about a political topic from a political channel, so he again pivots and says, but this overemphasis...
You are political. Everyone that makes videos about history is political. You have excluded very important historical context in this video that implies that you are political. You make so many videos with pretty blatant political undertones or overtones. I can just tell by looking at the thumbnails. You are political. Everything that talks about history is political. Poland, took territory from Ukraine and Belarus during the Civil War. Yeah. Yeah, Finland abolished the swastika from their military only 5 minutes ago.
really only serves as a way for liberals to equate the communists and the Nazis. Maybe the Soviet Union equated itself to Germany by committing such horrendous crimes by making an alliance with Hitler. Why doesn't Stalin, a dictator who historian Michael J. Carley admits killed at least hundreds of thousands in that podcast Hakeem watched, why doesn't Stalin have any agency, moral responsibility, any responsibility over his own actions and orders? Why is it an unjustifiable mistake when it was purposefully done? Hakeem is stuck in this Cold War siege mentality where any criticism of the Soviet Union must be instantly and clumsily downplayed and dismissed as politically motivated. Hakeem fans, if you don't get...
Thank you, Trotsky fan.
what I'm saying? What if you were watching a YouTube video that said, why did the United States invade Vietnam? Well, there are plenty of sources that already focus and almost exclusively mention the many unjustifiable mistakes committed by the US Army, as with any army, of course. But this overemphasis really only serves as a way for people to equate liberal democracy with the communists. You see what cowardice that is? You see how cowardly that is? Why is it so hard for Hakeem to just admit that the Soviet Union did something bad on purpose? It's insane. I mean, the answer is clear. It makes his team look bad, so he can't do it. But as a communist, shouldn't Hakeem want to learn from the past sins of communism to improve his own belief system? That seems like
He does. He one of his videos was called Former Faults of Socialism or something like that. I did too. I want to release another video criticizing Marxists because some of you guys are dumb as fuck. Honestly, with respect, but like that doesn't mean that you can't push back against BS that is said about the Soviet Union.
an obvious thing to do with this subject. Actually, the Deprogram podcast has a whole episode on all the mistakes of communism, which goes about as well as you'd expect.
About the number one failure, we can say, of former socialism, which is that Stalin did not go far enough. That's the show, guys. Good night. Thank you. I'm Hakeem.
or there was one, I hope you...
Come on, dude. Is that really... Like, I sincerely doubt Hakeem is being serious. Like, come on, dude. And also, maybe he is being serious, which I disagree with. But, like, that still doesn't mean he doesn't have genuine criticisms of the Soviet Union and socialism in other ways.
He might be listening because he was a great inspiration. A channel called Socialism or Barbarism, and they deleted their channel at one point. And I remember their bio being, we know that socialists have killed many people. The only thing we know for sure, though, is that it wasn't enough.
Dude, that is a total joke. If you know anything about the Deprogram, they joke to each other all the time. They're a super casual, jokey channel podcast. Ugopnik especially is not like a Ugopnik is the least tanky of the three of them. Ugopnik I'd still call a tanky, but I know Ugopnik is joking about that. So I mean, it's stupidity to quote that.
So yeah,
Let me know if you'd like me to respond to that video in the comments. Anyways, let's keep listening.
Let's take a look into the nuance. The USSR leadership's original justification given for the invasion of Poland was to regain lands lost in the Treaty of Riga, which concluded the 1919-1921 Polish-Bolshevik War. Ukraine and Belarus, then a part of the USSR, were invaded by Poland in their attempt to re-establish the
Oh, so Hakeem does bring this up.
borders of the Polish Empire of 1772. In the treaty, the Polish border was established by Britain and the US at 200 miles east of the Curzon Line. However, due to the march of time,
Oh, interesting. Why was the US involved in this? It's almost like the US literally fucking invaded the Soviet Union during the Russian Civil War.
migrations of people that occurred during previous eras, the lands acquired by Poland were no longer ethnically Polish, but were mainly Ukrainian and Belarusian. Therefore, Poland was seen as an occupier colonial power even in these regions by minority groups.
This summary is half accurate, which you'd expect from the Wikipedia article Hakeem flashes as a citation. If you want more information on the Polish-Soviet War, the most accessible book I found is Norman Davies' White Eagle, Red Star. But let's talk about the mistakes Hakeem makes. First, the British and the Americans established the Curzon Line, hence the name, as the provisional border of eastern Poland after the First World War. This line basically matched Poland's modern border. They did not establish Poland's very far eastern border, which Hakeem says they did. The Westerners had no part in the Treaty of Riga between the Poles and the Soviets, which ended their war in the 1920s. Second, and while Hakeem cast all the negative implications of invasion on the Polish side, which perhaps they deserve for escalating a bloody frontier war into a full-bodied invasion, the communists did plenty of invading themselves, marching deep into Polish territory, close to Warsaw even, before being thrown back. Both sides also perpetrated brutal crimes against civilians. This was a very chaotic and very bloody time in the history of Eastern Europe. Also, Hakeem condemns Poland for wanting to re-establish the territorial borders of its old empire when he downplayed the Soviet invasion of Finland.
Both sides committed brutal crimes against civilians. I'm almost certain that whatever side committed a lot more brutal crimes, it was the capitalist side. Because in just about any conflict, it was mainly the capitalist side, the non-socialist side, that commits the majority of the crimes against civilians. Not to say socialist states don't commit crimes against civilians.
in the Baltic states since they were part of the post-Tsarist political structure. This is an inconsistency. Both are bad. Now, did Belarusians and Ukrainians in eastern Poland, who were in fact definitely mistreated by the Polish nationalist government, have the right to self-determination and their own sovereign countries? Yes, of course, 100%, definitely. How does this impact the morality of the 1939 Soviet invasion of Poland?
It makes it justified, among the many other reasons. Maybe not the perfect thing to do. Maybe not the most, morally pure action ever. But it definitely makes it more justified than you're portraying it.
Much actually, since we already established the Soviets just used them as an excuse. Also, Poland contained non-Polish regions it won in a war, just like the Soviet Union. If you say Poland deserved to be invaded for this, why not the Soviet Union? Let's get back to Hakeem, though.
The motivations to invade Poland expressed by the Red Army, however, were quite different. They claimed they were compelled to counter the invasion by Germany and liberate the Polish proletariat and oppressed minorities. Now, of course, this may sound kind of two-faced, but they did genuinely believe this stuff, and the work of Kotkin goes as far as to prove as much. The Red Army used slogans of class emancipation with national liberation, which caused confusion amongst the various minorities who had their own interests and scores to settle with Poland. While the Soviets intended to rescue Belarusians and Ukrainians from mostly Polish class domination, each group found support for their own particular ethnic claims and/or projects, of course.
Here, Hakeem uses the personal motivations of soldiers and propaganda produced by the army as evidence for Stalin's motivations. Hakeem wouldn't hold any other country to the same trustful standard. Does he believe that the United States invaded Iraq to beat terrorism and spread democracy, like the government said and the soldiers believed? No. Did the Soviets and Germans glare at each other icily when they met each other in Poland? Nope. In the city of Brest, they held a joint military parade celebrating their conquest, the swastika and the sickle side by side. Not only that, but the Soviet and German invasions coordinated with each other in the first place, sharing information about Polish troop positions. Historian Roger Morehouse says Soviet authorities agreed to allow signals to be broadcast from Minsk to aid in Luftwaffe navigation. That's the German Air Force. This sounds a good portion of the way to a military alliance, if you ask me. Moving on.
Red Army soldiers entering Poland, tasked with preparing local populations ideologically for the invasions, shouted slogans which explicitly encouraged the population to, and I quote, rectify the wrongs it had suffered during 20 years of Polish rule, and disseminated very base leaflets, actually, that urged Polish soldiers to turn their weapons against the capitalists, the landowners, and the military officials, which similarly encouraged the local population to assault their landlords with, quote, whatever was at hand, scythes, axes, and pitchforks. Anyways, as a result of this propaganda effort, much of the initial brutality that occurred in what would become Soviet-occupied Poland, or reconstituted Ukrainian Belarus, the maps get fuzzy after a while, began prior to the beginning of the invasion proper. It should also be noted that most of it was selected targeting only those of the then perceived as oppressor classes, such as landlords. This is important to mention given that so much attention is given to later mistakes, and this period gets unfairly lumped in by liberals since they see mega landlords getting a comeuppance and the land expropriated as a bad thing. I don't, clearly.
Now, it goes without saying that the German occupation of Poland was significantly worse than the Soviet occupation. In my Zoomer historian video, I talk about what happened.
Remember, if the Soviets didn't take half, the Nazis would have taken the entire thing. I wonder if he's actually going to in any way actually point this out.
In German-occupied areas, which during 1941 became the whole of Poland, of course. There's also a whole book on this called Poland's Holocaust, which would make it very clear what happened. Mass murder, deportations, very horrible stuff. Every rational person would see that the Soviet occupation, brutal as it was ultimately better than the German occupation. That's a hard truth, but it's true. But this is a video about the Soviet Union. Even though there were fewer Soviet than German atrocities, that does not mean they didn't happen, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't know about them or we should ignore them.
Now, to actually quantify how much less bad the Soviet occupation was would not make his point look good. Because it wasn't just less bad. It was the equivalent of being torn, being put literally in hell versus not hell. It's a lot more than just, oh, the Nazi occupation was worse. The Nazi occupation was apocalyptically worse. Remember, the biggest atrocity that or whatever you want to call it, that happened in Poland and by the Soviets was the Kursk massacre, which was a political act, an execution of people that were believed to be right-wing, anti-communist, anti-socialist intelligentsia officers, about 30,000 or so. Some people say, it was actually the Nazis that did it. I haven't really seen convincing evidence of that. In comparison, the Nazis killed how many millions? 5 million people in Poland? It's just not even close. Not to mention that in Soviet Poland, there was, appropriation of wealth from the capitalists, which is the whole point of socialism.
Ignore them or shrug them off. Eastern Poland was not a socialist paradise. You can read more about this in the first few chapters of The Devil's Alliance by Roger Morehouse. Anyways, most Polish soldiers, stuck in a gigantic pincher assault from both sides, just surrendered to the Soviets. But there were about 40 total clashes. When the Red Army seized officers from the Polish army, they quickly just began to execute them. Mirroring Germany's policies in Western Poland, the Soviet Union cracked down violently.
Mind you, again, Poland was a right-wing capitalist nation, and many of those Polish officers Why did they become officers? I wonder why they got those ranks. Maybe it was during the Russian Civil War, when, as people have pointed out, Poland was taking territory from Ukraine and Belarus. Maybe these Polish officers were not just innocent, small beings who never did anything wrong.
On the population. The Soviet secret police, the NKVD, began a reign of terror in Poland, arresting random civilians for harmless offenses. And in March 1940, the Soviet Union murdered about 15,000 Polish prisoners of war, chiefly officers, and on top of that, several thousand.
Okay, so it wasn't 30,000, it was 15,000. So again, I mean, just absolutely nothing in comparison to the horrors the Nazis wrought.
Police, landowners, priests, and intellectuals, dumping their bodies in mass graves in the Katyn Woods.
All right, let's go over this. Police. All right, so police in the right-wing, anti-Semitic, Nazi, pro-Nazi, capitalist Polish state. Landowners, and by what he means by landowners, these are rich landowners. These are exploitative landowners. These are people that have been pointed out by the people as exploitative kulak-type landowners. Intellectuals. I assume that's almost entirely right-wing or far-right intellectuals, anti-communists, and the like. Compare this, and then, probably some innocent or fairly innocent people did die. I'm almost certain, for sure. Compare this to the horrors that the Nazis committed on their side of Poland. There's just no comparison. It's just a laughable comparison. Oh shit.
Woods. Those are the mistakes that Hakeem mentions in passing but doesn't go into detail about. Meanwhile, the Soviets also began a series of mass deportations of other civilians who
Why don't you go into any sort of detail of the actual comparison between the two countries? Because this video is about the German-Soviet pact. You're willing to compare Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in some ways, but you seem to just leave things out. This guy is not the most dishonest person. I'm sure there's plenty of far worse videos on the Molotov Pact. But what's annoying about this guy is that he tries to pretend that he's apolitical or objective when that's just not true.
Proved to be disloyal to the Soviet occupation. These included teachers, priests, intellectuals, and the families of the men killed in the Katyn Woods. Over several months, Soviet forces arrested at least 1 million people in the night, then stuck them on crowded cattle cars, only feeding them rarely on their multi-week journey eastward far from Poland. Huge numbers, about a third, died on the journey, disproportionately the elderly and the young, including infants.
Okay, so this is a decent point. A lot of these deportations were... I'm not sure if it was specifically the Polish deportations, but at least some of these deportations were done they just take an entire village and they deport every single one of them. I don't know if this was done in Poland, but I know this was done with, I believe, the Volga Germans, where they would just be like, everyone in this village has to go. We're deporting everyone. So they didn't even, interrogate or examine people's political beliefs. They just, deported an entire village. And then also, a lot of these people who were deported, they were never returned to their villages. So even after the war was over, where it was their threats were done, people, for the most part, to my knowledge, were not returned to where they used to live. So yeah, that was unjustifiable in a lot of ways, in my opinion.
Infants. The Soviet Union abducted and stuffed infants into cattle cars and let them starve to death. There are first-hand accounts of this, as well as documentation. No serious person disputes this happened. These are the mistakes that Hakeem keeps referencing. Mass murder of prisoners and civilians, including infants. Now, this actually wasn't very unusual for the Soviet Union at the time at all. You can read all about Stalin's policies of ethnic cleansing in articles like this one. The Poles weren't alone. Other ethnic groups across the vast Soviet Union also fell victim to a gigantic policy of brutal relocations. Oh, and when survivors arrived in Siberia or Central Asia, their lives were hardly ideal. Starvation and disease wiped out many people. Now, the United States did do something similar during the Second World War. It interned more than 100,000 Japanese Americans in one of the darkest moments of American history. But the Soviet Union's crimes were on an order of magnitude larger. Imagine if President Roosevelt invaded northern Mexico, then deported 1 million Mexican civilians to Alaska, only feeding them occasionally. That's the sort of insane brutality that Stalin and the Soviet government perpetrated in this period. I'm not even mentioning the hundreds of thousands Stalin and his agents murdered in a paranoid, blood-hungry frenzy in the late 1930s for imagined political offenses. Michael J. Carley, Hakeem's primary source for this, admits this happened. There's a reason if you look at a list of old Bolshevik...
Are you saying that Hakeem doesn't admit this happened? I mean, have you found a quote of Hakeem saying, like, this didn't happen, besides that complete joke that he did in the deprogram?
Revolutionaries, so many died in 1937. Now, surely, Stalin was just prepared. Old Bolshevik revolutionaries, Carley, Hakeem's primary source for this, admits this happened. There's a reason if you look at a list of old Bolshevik revolutionaries, so many died in 1937. Now, surely, Stalin was just preparing the Soviet Union for the Second World War by doing half of Germany's work for them? Earlier, Hakeem wondered how liberals would dare compare communism to fascism. Well, if you ignore and downplay millions murdered by Stalin's regime, what else are people supposed to make of your ideology? Does Hakeem ever mention any of this? No. He spends over a minute talking about how the Red Army was...
This is about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Okay, maybe you could mention the Poland deportations, but the rest of that is not about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And also, again, you haven't gone into any detail about the Nazi atrocities when this is a video about the Soviet Union and the Nazis.
As liberators by the people of Poland, even though he admits the Soviet Union prepared a large percentage of the spontaneous displays of communism beforehand. Now, to be fair, ethnic minorities in Poland, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Jewish people, did generally view the arrival of the Soviet Union as better than rule from nationalist Poland. But this in no way justifies other Soviet atrocities. You gotta mention that in your video about this. It's kinda crazy. Remember all the violence and brutality I've talked about beforehand. Now, to be fair, ethnic minorities in Poland, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Jewish people, did generally view the arrival of the Soviet Union as better than rule from nationalist Poland. But this in no way justifies other Soviet atrocities. You gotta mention that in your...
I didn't even know that. I mean, holy shit. I didn't even know that. That makes the Soviet Union sound really good. That makes the Soviet Union sound really good if all of the minorities saw the Soviet Union as a liberator.
Your video about this. It's kinda crazy. Remember all the violence and brutality I've talked about? Here's what Hakeem says about this.
Soviet invasion plans emphasized the importance of a proper and cordial reception because they saw it as a precursor for a plebiscite that would bring forth the political will of the local populace. With all the celebration, much of the older generation was still terrified, though. Some even went and died from the Red Army or worse. However, since the Red Army's approach, characterized by restraint and selective action rather than indiscriminate violence, they managed to garner a measure of relief among the general population, specifically against the groups that were usually targeted, which include officers, policemen, landowners, etc. What's more is that Red Army soldiers, despite commands to the contrary, usually did engage with locals and establish some sort of cordial relationships. After the Red Army established control over the areas they occupied, they embarked on local governance, of course to maintain order, but also to help channel it towards the provisioning of the Red Army, arresting reactionary societal figures, preparing the elections that were upcoming. For the next 20 months, the region that the Soviets occupied experienced a heavy dose of electoral politics. There were 3 different elections, 2 of which were within the first 6 months of the occupation. The United States didn't bother to do that with half the places they occupy, and their explicit goal was apparently democracy. Anyways, I have relevant reading recommendations that you can check out here if you're interested in how the USSR worked and all that. Anyone has a proper understanding of how the Soviet system worked is surprised by how the Soviets operated during the occupation as it relates to civil engagement and participation.
Yeah, this is no better than outright atrocity denial. To pretend that the Soviet Union was just arresting reactionary societal figures when it arrested, tortured, murdered, or starved to death a huge sum of people whose crime, if there was any, and there often wasn't, was just disapproving of an invasion of their own country is disgusting. You can make the argument that it was strategically necessary for the Soviet Union to occupy eastern Poland before the Germans did. Churchill made that argument. That could make sense, but all the rest of this violence, the atrocities, were not necessary.
If you think there's no such thing as, like, any sort of arrests, not to say that there were no one that the Soviet Union arrested or executed or that was innocent, but if you think that any sort of politics works without, like, survives without some sort of oppression, you should ask Thomas Sankara. You should ask Salvador Allende. You should ask Patrice Lumumba. You should ask these leftist leaders who did not in any way protect themselves against their opposition. You should ask them how that went for them. Alright, y'all gotta stop getting mad at these annoying guys, you know? They're just goofy guys. It's all good.
These weakened the Soviet Union, as I'll talk about in a bit. Also, those elections Hakeem mentions, they were not real elections. They didn't have real elections in the Soviet Union, which was a single-party state. Anyways, let's see how Hakeem ends this
Does he have a citation for the elections not being real elections?
video, then we'll talk about what Hakeem conveniently skips, then we'll talk about how this whole mess began in the first place.
Now, it should be clear as to why Western sources demonized the USSR and tried to put the Red Army and its conduct on par with the Nazis. The USSR stayed mostly true to their principles during the occupation of Poland. It should also be clear just how nonsensical the claim about the Soviets and Nazis conspiring to partition Poland is. Rather, the Soviet occupation of Poland could be seen as the Soviets' attempts to save as much of the Polish population from the violence of the Wehrmacht.
Alright, I'm tired of this. I'm just going to throw up some bullet points. 1. No, it's not demonization to call out the Soviet Union for committing mass murder and atrocities. If you think it's demonization, too bad. Don't murder people. Easy.
I mean, there is objectively been a complete demonization in terms of the France and the UK completely covering up their role in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and portraying, like Hannah Arendt did, and that was established after the World War II, of Nazis and the Soviets as equal evils. When you yourself admit, though you won't admit the extent, when you yourself admit that the Nazis were far more brutal in their invasion of Poland, and that many people actually cheered the Soviet Union's arrival in Poland. The minorities of Poland cheered the Soviet Union's arrival, which the minorities in Poland definitely did not do that for the Nazis. So yeah.
If you think that the deportation of ethnic
Give me money, please.
groups from their homelands, providing them scraps, if anything at all, if you think torturing and mass murder of priests, teachers, intellectuals, prisoners of war, and their families are true to the USSR's principles, then it seems to me that the Soviet Union was pretty bad. He again denies the basic fundamental reality of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, even though he showed it on screen. No, the Soviet Union did not want to
I think
save...
he said for the most part stayed true to their sympathies. Again, he admitted that there were mistakes and excesses.
the Polish population from Germany. It wanted to strengthen its own position. Nowhere in...
And also, there's no reason you can't say it was both. I think Hakeem is a bit too much one way. Hakeem is just like, oh, the Soviet Union just wanted to save Poland. I think there's more to it than that, obviously. But I don't think you can just say the Soviet Union only just wanted to, like, take a bunch of territory for itself. I think that definitely was part of it. But if the Soviet Union was just this evil empire, why did it give everyone healthcare, housing, education?
In the video, did he provide any evidence or argument for this? Then at the end, he just randomly creates the best possible idea for invading a country out of thin air. He has no sources, it's just vibes, and the vibes are looking pretty atrocious to me. I'll give him one last chance to turn this whole video around, but for some reason, I don't think he's gonna redeem himself.
Unsurprisingly, there are several reasons, and not all of which were altruistic. Despite that, Red Army and the Soviets were generally preferred to that of the Wehrmacht and the Nazis, except for a select segment of anti-Semitic Polish people and Ukrainians of Poland who preferred the Nazis because Judeo-Bolsheviks and all that. Regardless, they were greeted warmly by the population, and even though not all were locally organized by enthusiastic supporters, the conduct of the local populace seems to indicate that most people saw them at a minimum as the lesser of two evils. Doesn't make everything they did right, but historical nuance is a interesting and fun thing to discuss. I look forward to random 14-year-olds complaining in the comments because I didn't say Stalin ate Polish babies. And a final addendum, this one will just be a bit rambly. For the love of God, please don't misunderstand me. The Soviets made many mistakes in this. It would have been better that there be no pact. It would be better for them to have not occupied Poland. But if you were in the particular place and the particular industrialization level, facing the same kind of danger, I don't know if you would have made better decisions particularly, especially when there was goodwill shown in the form of collective security with France and Britain, which would have prevented all this nonsense to begin with, or at least greatly affected it. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help.
What a limp, cowardly way to close your video. It's seriously nauseating how he talks about this subject. Historical nuance is an interesting and fun thing to discuss, except he doesn't discuss it. He makes cloaked references to mistakes without having the guts to actually say what those mistakes were because they make his team look bad. Next he says, I look forward to random 14-year-olds complaining in the comments because I didn't say Stalin ate Polish babies. That's what he says. He's trying to be funny? Is it a joke? Who do you think were the first to die from starvation after Soviet troops tore innocent civilians from their homes, stuck them on cattle cars, and shipped them hundreds of kilometers with barely any food or water? Hakeem, the Soviets butchered people. If it weren't for his buddy to the west and his other buddy to the east, Stalin would have been the world's foremost serial killer. But Hakeem insists, for the love of God, please don't misunderstand me. The Soviets made many mistakes. Mention one. Say a specific mistake.
Buddy to the west and his other buddy to the east. What does that mean?
Say any mistake at all. Why doesn't he say any specific mistake? I suppose it makes bad propaganda. That's the answer, right? Then he says,
why didn't you say any specific thing the Nazis did, dude? You love to talk about everything the Soviets did in Poland, but you can't actually, even just briefly. He said one thing, which he said that the Nazi occupation was worse, but you didn't go into any details. Why didn't you go into any details? Why didn't you actually compare the two? Because they're not even close.
It would have been better that there be no pact. It would be better for them to have not occupied Poland. Really? Now at the end of 18 minutes of arguing that the pact was okay and their occupation was actually very base and cool, now he says we can't hold him to his own position that he thinks...
That's not. He's twisting Hakeem's words. Hakeem is saying, in an ideal world, it would have been nicer if Poland didn't have to occupy, if Soviet Union didn't have to occupy Eastern Poland. He's saying, in an ideal world. Maybe he's even saying Soviet Union shouldn't have done it at all. But he's still making points that there's a lot more nuance, and he's right to it than it's portrayed in history. And he's right.
Thinks it was actually bad? Why doesn't he stick to his guns? If it was bad, why do you think it was bad? You can't argue in favor of something for 18 minutes then say at the end, just kidding, don't criticize me, I actually don't support it.
That's not what he said.
Just conclude by saying the pact was a necessary evil, or a necessary good even, because they brought communism, right? You can make that argument. He did for 18 minutes, actually. We watched the whole video. If the pact wasn't good, then why did you make a video at all? Why waste our time? Stick to your guns. He also closes the video by making one last snipe at Britain and France, blaming them for this whole thing. We can talk about
Which is right.
that in a minute, but let's talk about all the juicy bits that Hakeem is too scared to talk about. Because Hakeem conveniently forgets to mention anything that happened after the heroic communist parades welcoming the Soviet Union, which he literally admits were organized by the Soviet army. Now, we've already talked about the atrocities that the Soviet Union perpetrated and mentioned how they coordinated with Germany in their joint occupation of Poland. But let's talk a bit more about what happened to all those other countries the Soviets called dibs on. Well, you can look at Stalin's Wars by Jeffrey Roberts for more information, but soon after it invaded Poland, the Soviets began to bully the Baltic states and Finland. When Finland refused to give in to Stalin's demands, the Soviets engineered a false flag attack that invaded on November 30th. Despite being outnumbered by a huge degree by the Soviet Union, the Finns put up a strong fight. Remember how I mentioned the Molotov cocktail? Well, when asked about the Soviet bombing of Finnish cities, Molotov insisted they were actually dropping food. So Finnish soldiers nicknamed their improvised explosives Molotov cocktails to wash down Molotov's bread baskets. While Britain and France never declared war on the Soviet Union for invading Poland, they did provide help to the Finns. Many Scandinavians also volunteered to fight to protect Finland.
Wow. So England and France sabotaged Soviet negotiations. The Soviets then decided to invade Finland, which was aligned with Nazi Germany, and England and France supplied military supplies to Finland. It's almost like this was their freaking goal the whole time, was to weaken the Soviet Union and to provoke the Soviet Union to war.
In fact, the Red Army's inability to conquer tiny Finland showed the Germans that they were not as tough as they thought they were. Despite putting up a fearsome fight, Finland was forced back and ultimately surrendered its border regions in the March 1940 treaty that ended the so-called Winter War. After Finland...
To my knowledge, that was the original and direct goal the Soviet Union stated. That was the original goal, was to create a buffer zone. They did exactly what they said they did. They created a buffer zone. He doesn't say this.
Finland, the Soviet Union licked its wounds, then invaded Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as well as the Romanian region of Bessarabia, modern-day Moldova. Actually,
Also, all buffer zones.
they also seized the area of Bukovina, which
Now, you can say, oh, well, is it justified or not? You know, I don't know. Who knows?
angered Germany. As with Poland,
Again, though, England and France brought this on themselves by completely sabotaging any and all negotiations.
the Soviets cracked down on any group or individual who could possibly provide a challenge to their rule. Alongside the usual skeptics, victims of the Soviet reign of terror included Trotskyists, rightists, socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks, social democrats, anarchists, and the like. Former workers of the Red Cross, religionists, sectants, and active members of religious communities, per an NKVD document. Tens of thousands were deported like Polish victims to Central Asia, with plenty dying on the route. Hakeem does not mention any of this, even though the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact laid the foundation for all this horror. Well, surely,
It's not about those things, though. His video was about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
surely the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was the last bit of collaboration between Germany and the Soviet Union, right?
Now he's going to be talking about the 1940 pact, or attempted alliance. Or wait, was it? I'm not sure.
Once Stalin shored up his borders, he was done. Let's rewind a little bit. The Germans and the Soviets also signed an economic agreement in Berlin. The Soviets gave raw materials for German finished goods. As the Führer himself described on his August 22, 1939 speech, he saw the East as a source for resources so he could ignore any British blockade and continue fighting his war.
Again, as Stalin said earlier, England and France wouldn't ally with the Soviet Union, so Stalin saw it as let the Nazis and England and France fight each other and kill each other.
Then there was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and of course the German invasion of Poland, the beginning of the Second World War, then afterward the Soviet invasion of Poland. But in early 1940, the Soviets and the Germans again entered negotiations to tighten their economic bonds. When negotiations hit a rut, Stalin intervened personally. So in early 1940, the Soviets agreed to supply 650 million Reichsmarks of raw materials in return for Germany supplying the same value of military and industrial hardware. This is during the Second World War. So the Soviets initially gave the
Yes. Again, Again, Stalin, at that point, had tried to ally with England and France. They tried to ally with England and France. England and France insulted the Soviet Union and ignored them. So the Soviet Union said, fine, let the Nazis and the West kill each other.
The Third Reich, 1 million tons of feed grains,
In the meantime, the Soviet Union becomes stronger.
900,000 tons of petroleum, 800,000 tons of scrap and pig iron, 500,000 tons of phosphates, and 500,000 tons
He's
of...
not going to talk about what the Soviet Union got, which I've already talked about. He's only going to talk about what the Soviet Union gave to the Nazis. But this guy is a completely objective, completely neutral person.
iron ore.
Definitely isn't political at all.
This trade kept growing, with the Soviet exports to Germany estimated at 404 million Reichsmarks in 1940. Now, to be fair, the Soviets did get machines of war in exchange.
Thank God he's finally mentioning this. He could have mentioned it over an hour earlier when, by this point in the video, more than half of the people watching the video have left, because that's just how YouTube works, but whatever.
But its trade with Germany was a necessary source of help, especially with the British Navy blockading overseas imports to Germany. Much more important than the rest was food, of course. As Morehouse writes, Germany was effectively reliant on food supplies from the Soviet Union. From the beginning to the end of this agreement, the Soviets gave the Germans 1.5 million tons of grain and 2 million tons of petroleum products.
England and France were by this point more an enemy of the Soviet Union than the Nazis were. They were as much or more an enemy of the Soviet Union. England and France refused to ally with the Soviet Union. They were enemies by this point.
And remember, the Germans were at war with Britain and...
Now, does that make this the right choice? That's a different question that you can go into, and I'd say probably not. But at the same time, England and France could have allied with the Soviets, and they chose not to.
France during this. Stalin knew this. It wasn't an accident. It was a purposeful, strategic decision he actively made to strengthen Germany in the Second World War. As the historian Roger Morehouse describes, the
Also, just whoever says... never mind.
Nazis and the Soviets traded secrets, blueprints, technology, and raw materials, each oiling the wheels of the other's war machine. But the Soviets didn't just strengthen Germany, they also tried to weaken Britain and France. In a speech to the Supreme Soviet on October 31st, 1939, Molotov said, "Germany is in the position of a state which is striving for the earliest termination of war and for peace, while Britain and France, which but yesterday were declaiming against aggression, are in favor of continuing the war, and are opposed to the conclusion of peace. Britain and France are seeking new excuses for continuing the war with Germany. The ruling circles of Britain and France have been lately attempting to depict themselves as champions of the democratic rights of nations against Hitlerism, and the British government has announced that its aim in the war with Germany is nothing more nor less than the destruction of Hitlerism. It amounts to this, that the British, and with them the French, supporters of the war, have declared something in the nature of an ideological war on Germany, reminiscent of the religious wars of olden times. In fact, religious wars against heretics and religious dissenters were once the fashion. As we know, they led to dire results for the masses, to economic ruin, and the cultural deterioration of nations. These wars could have no other outcome, but they were the wars of the Middle Ages. Is it back to the Middle Ages, to the days of religious wars, superstition, and cultural deterioration, that the ruling classes of Britain and France want to drag us? The rest of
In historical hindsight, that's a pretty unfortunate quote from Molotov, I feel like. With hindsight, which this guy apparently loves, is hindsight. That is kind of not a great quote, but it's just diplomatic bullshit in the middle of the pact.
So the speech is more of the same. Molotov and the Soviet Union were throwing Britain and France under the bus for fighting the Second World War against Nazi Germany. But
Okay, alright. Come on, dude. Who sabotaged the alliance negotiations?
it wasn't just speeches. While some communist organizations in the West at first supported the war against Germany, they soon got messages from the Soviet Union, the mothership. The British Communist Party was told, for example, that Britain's war against Germany was an imperialist and unjust war for which the bourgeoisie of all belligerent states bear equal responsibility. In no country can the work...
The bourgeoisie of all... Yes. I mean, that's accurate. For which the bourgeoisie of all belligerent states bear equal responsibility. I mean, that is true. England and France bear equal responsibility to the Nazis for World War II. That is true. Eventually, or maybe already by that point, the Nazis did become the greater evil, but from the Soviet Union's perspective, yes, they were correct to say that all bourgeois... England bore equal responsibility for World War II as the Nazis did. I believe that's true.
Working class or the communist parties support the war. This was a message from the Soviet Union to the British Communist Party. They were trying to weaken Britain and France in the Second World War. While plenty of figures in the Communist Party dutifully endorsed the Soviet Union's new party line, other members were enraged or saddened and resigned. It wasn't just the British Communist Party, of course, but communist parties across the planet who took this new anti-war stance with direction from Moscow. In America, the Communist Party marched...
Mind you, the propaganda machine already kicked into full gear, right? All of these countries around the world, all that was said was, Soviets allied with the Nazis, Soviets allied with the Nazis, blah, 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 over and over and over again. All of these communists and all of these parties around the world did not, for the most part, know at all that the negotiations had been sabotaged by England.
in support of peace and called for the United States to stay out of the war. Identical events happened in France, until of course it was invaded by Germany. So the Soviet Union was far from neutral. It was an ally of Germany in all but name. But soon talks began to make that formal. In November 1940, Molotov flew to Berlin to discuss frictions in the German-Soviet relationship. The two great powers had begun to frustrate each other, especially with the USSR's expansion into extra territory in Romania and Germany sending some troops to Finland. At those meetings, Ribbentrop suggested to Molotov that the Soviet Union, Germany, Italy, and Japan all clearly define their spheres of influence across the globe. He proposed that the Soviets focus on expanding southward toward the Indian Ocean, a challenge to British India. After Ribbentrop, Molotov met with the Führer himself. While the Führer talked in broad ideas, Molotov wanted to know the specifics of the proposal before committing himself to anything. He also wanted German troops out of Finland, so the talks ended early. The second day, the two sides met again, with a similar course of events happening. In a bunker hiding from a British air raid after the main meeting, Ribbentrop proposed a draft agreement to Molotov, with the four powers agreeing to help each other out. Not a complete defense pact, but something close to an outright alliance, with the Soviet Union focusing its power southward to seize British India, as I talked about. Molotov, of course, didn't sign it right away, and no further meetings resulted. So that's it, right? No more negotiations. The Soviets weren't really trying to seek a German alliance, right? Nope. On November 26, 1940, Molotov delivered the Soviet response to Ribbentrop's draft agreement of an alliance. He wrote that the
And then didn't Molotov give like a completely unagreeable thing?
Soviet government was prepared to accept Germany's proposal of political and
They
economic
wanted to split up Bulgaria or something, some agreement that the Nazis would never agree with.
collaboration in exchange for 1. German troops leaving Finland, 2. The Soviets being allowed to establish a base near Istanbul, 3. An area south of Azerbaijan, German troops leaving Finland, 2. The Soviets
Hold on.
Germany's proposal of political and economic collaboration in exchange for 1. German troops leaving Finland, 2. The Soviets being allowed to establish a base near Istanbul, 3. An area south of Azerbaijan is recognized within the Soviet sphere, and 4. Japan renounces her claim to coal and oil in northern Sakhalin. Additionally, the Soviets wanted to work together with all these other fascist powers, together to wrestle Turkey to give the Red Army access, and for Bulgaria to be handed over to the Soviet sphere of interest. This was too much for Germany, which didn't want to hand the Balkans over to the Soviets, so Germany began to switch tracks. Already in July, it had been preparing for a possible invasion.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that was legit, or you can say that was made up. And as Molotov says in Molotov Remembers, it was all just I believe he says that it was meant to be like an impossible negotiation that they would never actually agree to. That they made huge claims that, I'm not sure if Molotov says that, I can't remember. But that's an easy thing that you could say. You cannot ever know for sure if Molotov actually wanted an alliance.
With later
And if he did, I mean, that I disagree with that, quite frankly. But you can't know
negotiations of the Balkans breaking down, the Führer decided to commit Germany to war in December 1940. So the Soviets wanted a deal with Germany, and Germany turned them down. That is the historical fact of the matter. Hakeem, by the way, who's the subject of this video, of course does not talk about this at all whatsoever. While Germany built up its army along the Soviet border over the course of 1940, which Stalin received frequent reports on, the Soviet Union failed to prepare appropriately for war. Morehouse writes, essentially Stalin shared Molotov's outlook demonstrated in Berlin the previous autumn that the Soviet Union was in a position of strength in its relationship with Nazi Germany, and that while engaged in the West against the British, Hitler would have to be mad to attack the USSR. Now, there were some preparations from the Soviet Union, this is a fact, but not enough, and not as much as the Soviet Union could have done. The Soviet government also failed to complete construction of fortifications in the West that could have slowed down or even stopped a possible German invasion. Why? Why did Stalin do this? Well, Stalin wanted to show restraint, fearing that mobilizing the Red Army would only provoke Germany into attacking. This is the exact same motivation that Hakeem condemns Britain and France for having in the 1930s, yet Stalin had their failure to learn from, and he didn't do it. Instead, Stalin...
One of the books that he quotes a lot from, Geoffrey Roberts' Stalin's Wars, is that Roberts pretty much says that Stalin played a positive role in winning the war for the Soviet Union. Again, I have many criticisms of Stalin, but I'm just saying that the source he uses all the time in this book, it's even there, or he has a positive view in many ways of Stalin in World War II. Geoffrey Roberts.
Stalin went the economic route. Morehouse describes his approach was essentially to use the economic relationship to appease Germany as far as possible in the belief that Hitler's saber-rattling was purely a tactical ruse. So instead, the Soviet Union shipped Germany another 500,000 tons of grain. Despite what some argue, like in the book Icebreaker, there is no actual evidence that the Soviet Union was actually preparing for an aggressive war against Germany. It did draft up plans, which Roberts describes in detail in Stalin's War, but America had a plan to invade Canada. Stalin mobilized too few troops to defend the Soviet Union, let alone invade Germany. Anyways, on June 16th, with the invasion looming, Stalin was again provided direct information that Germany was planning on invading. He viciously denied the information. When General Zhukov and Timoshenko asked Stalin to bring the army into full readiness for war, Stalin threatened them and marched out of the room. On June 21st, a man named Alfred Liskow defected from the German army and warned the Soviets that war was coming. Stalin ordered him to be shot. 3 hours afterward, Ambassador Schulenburg mournfully informed Molotov that Germany was beginning its war against the Soviet Union. On June 22nd, Germany began Operation Barbarossa. Its gigantic invasion force assaulted the Soviet Union, beginning the bloodiest portion of the Second World War. With the Red Army criminally underprepared, Germany washed eastwards. Predictably, many people in Eastern Europe, ruled with terror by Moscow, thought the Germans were liberators. Obviously, they were not. But the German army was strengthened by locals who wanted revenge against the Soviets. As the German army advanced, Stalin pinned the blame for defeats on his commanders, having hundreds executed. As the Soviets retreated, the NKVD massacred thousands upon...
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the executions of the Soviet commanders was pretty unfair in retrospect. Like, from what I know, like, you know, these Soviet soldiers were vastly outnumbered and out, like, you know, armed. So, like, I don't think it's really a lot of most of these generals' fault when they were completely, you know, underprepared for war, basically.
...upon thousands of its prisoners. These all weakened the Soviet Union's ability to fight against Germany. These were not necessary and not smart. They were complete failures. The Soviet government failed to protect its people. Now, of course, I talk much more about the mass murder Germany perpetrated on the people of this area in my video on Zoomer Historian. Everybody knows about this. This is a video about Stalin and the Soviet Union, so I'm not going to go into detail, but obviously, Germany was worse. Okay, so we've covered all the ground from August 1939 to June 1941. The Soviets went from pursuing an alliance with Britain and France to cutting a deal with Germany to getting invaded from Germany. But what happened before that? Imagine this like a detective book. We just learned about the crime, now whose fault is it? Now, it's going to be a bit difficult, but I want you to take all the information I just told you and tuck it away in the corner of your brain for later use, because the leaders of Britain, France, and the Soviet Union didn't know with certainty what was coming down the pipeline in the mid-1930s. Let's listen to Hakeem again, because remember, this video is ostensibly about him. This is at the minute mark of 150, so remember, we just rewinded back to the beginning of his video.
Let's give some general background information. Soviet Russia and the subsequent USSR, having only fairly recently won a short but brutal civil war with Tsar's forces and invasions by many foreign powers, oriented foreign policy towards Germany in the mid-1920s. Two lesser-known treaties, the Treaty of Locarno and the Treaty of Special Relations with Berlin, helped shape that Soviet foreign policy. The Treaty of Locarno, between the main European belligerents of World War I, sought to establish a lasting peace, which Soviet Russia would generally benefit from, since the country was so utterly devastated by the Great War and the Civil War following the October Revolution. However, the USSR viewed the treaty with suspicion, since it appeared that Germany was joining an anti-Soviet bloc. The other treaty, that of Special Relations with Berlin, was meant to assuage these fears by being a 5-year treaty with Weimar Germany, in which they would be neutral.
The Soviet army was put on alert after the defectors warned them, after which the defector was made a propaganda hero. Can you send me that source? Thank you. The Red Army was undergoing a reshuffling of military districts, positions.
In the event that either country was attacked by a third party. Unfortunately, the optimism for long-term peace wouldn't last long. In the late 1920s, the Nazis began their rise to power, which infamously culminated in the appointment of Hitler as the Chancellor of Germany in 1933. The rise of the Nazis caused the USSR to refocus its foreign policy efforts to combat this threat. The policy, which came to be known as collective security, attempted to strengthen relationships with France and Britain in an attempt to isolate Germany. Meanwhile, the fear of Western leaders' imaginations and the interests they served led them to irrationally fear the spread of communism and were reluctant to enter into diplomatic relations with the USSR lest they catch the communist virus.
This is a mostly accurate summary of what happened, but of course Hakeem and Carly portray it all from the point of view of the Soviet Union. The USSR's motivations are rational and sensible, while Britain and France irrationally fear the spread of communism and only didn't want to catch the communist virus. So why didn't Britain and France agree to an alliance with the Soviet Union in the mid-1930s? Now, first of all, we have to make it clear that the Soviet Union, unlike Britain and France, actually wanted an alliance more than them before the Second World War. This alliance was the brainchild of the Soviet Foreign Minister, Maxim Litvinov.
Now, again, to be clear, is he going to mention that this has been completely censored from history? The fact that the Soviets wanted an alliance, they didn't just want an alliance. This has been completely wiped out from history. I would bet 95% of Americans don't know this. 90+%. I'll be generous. 90+% don't know this. Comfortably. That's an extremely important context.
While there's some disagreement among historians, some of whom argue the Soviet Union wasn't actually serious about this, it seems pretty clear to me that the Soviets wanted allies, so it wouldn't be stuck fighting a two-front war against Germany and Japan alone. That's sensible, that's rational, I agree with that. But there were limitations to the USSR's quest for collective security in the mid-1930s. Michael J. Carley, who if you remember is Hakeem's chief source and a pro-Soviet historian, highlights the fact that the Soviet Union put it in writing in the 1935 Franco-Soviet agreement that the USSR would only help Czechoslovakia if France did it first. When Germany was gearing up to invade Czechoslovakia in 1938, it was well aware of Soviet reluctance. Count von Schulenburg, the German ambassador to the USSR, messaged back to the German Foreign Ministry and said, Soviet Russia's participation in the war will be of greatest and decisive import. But, he added, the Soviet Union will only intervene in a war if she herself is attacked, or if it became manifest that the outcome will be favorable to the side hostile to Germany. It is therefore generally accepted that, in the event of a German-Czechoslovak war, the Soviet Union will at first limit her assistance to a minimum, for which the absence of a common frontier between the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia could at any time be put forward on the Soviet side as a convenient excuse. Now, from this, it's obvious that both sides, the West and the East, were reluctant to stick their neck out, scared the other would ditch them to the wolves. But whatever, Britain and France...
Frank Merlino, thank you for the $5. We're not watching TikHistory now, but we will get to that right after this video is over.
Wary of the Soviet Union for whatever reason, dragged their heels into the USSR, finally abandoned them to Hitler in 1939, and cut a deal. We've already talked all about that. Is it fair to say Britain and France were irrational, though? There is definitely a legitimate argument to be made that Britain and France did not forge defense treaties with Stalin because they were scared of communism. Louise Gray Shaw's book, The British Political Elite and the Soviet Union, makes this argument, but she also points out that Britain thought the Soviet alliance proposals were deliberately provocative to the Germans and raised the risk of war. She quotes the British statesman Halifax as saying, the more closely we associate ourselves with Russia, the more we produced on German minds the impression that we were plotting to encircle Germany, and the more difficult it would be to make any real settlement. Teddy Aldrichs also makes the argument that Britain was driven by fear of communism in his chapter of the book,
But they were just wrong. And again, this is ignoring the fact that all of this was completely censored from history.
Origins of the Second World War We Considered, which is a response to A.J.P. Taylor's book of the same name. Shaw, Aldrich, and Taylor all agree, however, that Chamberlain also feared an alliance with Russia would provoke Hitler, thus making war more rather than less likely. Was this a legitimate fear?
There are tons of quotes, as I talked about early in the video, of Neville Chamberlain just straight up, not just saying he feared an alliance would provoke the Nazis, which so what? Even if that's true, if they had all allied together, the Nazis wouldn't be as much of a threat, first of all. Secondly, Neville Chamberlain talks about how he prefers to negotiate with the Nazis. Neville Chamberlain was a conservative right-winger of the conservative, I believe it's called the Tory party, in the UK. He was a staunch anti-communist.
Well, there's no way to know for sure, because they didn't make an alliance with the Soviet Union, but here is a
And the Labour Party in the UK at the time wanted an alliance.
very relevant document. On May 23, 1939, months before his invasion of Poland, Hitler assembled a conference of the highest officers of the German military to review Germany's situation. After declaring that the issue was not the German-speaking city of Danzig actually, but making living space for Germans by seizing land to the east, Hitler said, an alliance of France, England, Russia against Germany, Italy, Japan would lead me to attack England and France with a few devastating blows.
Okay, but if the Soviet Union, England, and France had been allied from the beginning, Germany would have been in a much weaker position because it wouldn't have taken half of Poland, it wouldn't have taken France. So this is dishonest to just point to, actually it was good the alliance didn't happen because Nazis would have attacked. The Nazis would have been in a much weaker position because France, England, and the Soviet Union, if they all allied together in 1938 or 9, instantly, the Nazis wouldn't be able to fucking fight that. They wouldn't be able to take that on. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's on May 23, 1939. Hitler made a similar statement in April of that year to Hungary, per a memorandum by the Foreign Ministry. If England really meant to encircle us, then the Führer would strike first. Judging from this, I don't think some sort of grand alliance between Britain, France, and the Soviet Union was going to inevitably and undoubtedly deter Adolf Hitler. It might have just made war more likely. That seems to be the case in...
It would have maybe made war more likely, and it would have meant that the Nazis got their fucking asses handed to them. They would have been destroyed.
1939, 1939, but you know what? Earlier in the 1930s, it might have worked better to scare off Germany. On the other hand, maybe Germany would have just fought the war anyways. This is Hitler we're talking about, remember? Really, to me, it seemed nothing short of a bullet could stop Hitler. Nobody, not even the USSR, was willing to take the first shot before 1939. But this is a video about Hakeem, so let's let him talk some more.
Instead, the West decided that appeasing the Nazis would be a better strategy, and we all know how that turned out. As a result of this reluctance on the part of the West, the USSR was forced to fend for its security alone.
Hate to pause Hakeem again so soon, but why exactly did Britain and France not get their act together and confront Germany each time it violated the Treaty of Versailles? With hindsight, it is completely obvious they should have. Their inaction emboldened Germany. It was a complete and utter failure, but why did it happen? Appeasement had plenty of motivations that seemed rational at the time. The policymakers in Britain honestly believed it was the best course to avoid another tragic world war.
This guy loves giving England and France hindsight. He loves saying, well, with hindsight they made a mistake. But he doesn't say that for the Soviet Union. He doesn't say the Soviet Union didn't have hindsight.
War with Germany. Britain just was not ready to fight before 1940. In order to build up its army to confront Germany in the 1930s, it would need to spend dozens of millions of pounds, something Chamberlain called impossible to carry out in that political climate. In 1937, the Chiefs of Staff warned, "We cannot foresee the time when our defense forces will be strong enough to safeguard our trade, territory, and vital interest against Germany, Italy, and Japan at the same time. We cannot exaggerate the importance from the point of view of imperial defense of any political or international action which can be taken to reduce the number of our potential enemies." This was the reasoning behind Chamberlain's policy of appeasement. They just were not ready to fight a war. When Britain did declare war on Germany after it invaded Poland in 1939, Britain was kept afloat by massive assistance from, and eventually an alliance with, the United States. Now, of course, there were a few critics of appeasement in the 1930s. Winston Churchill was one of them. Obviously, those critics...
Not just Winston Churchill, the entire fucking Labour Party! The entire UK Labour Party! Or a lot of them wanted an alliance. It wasn't just Churchill. I'm losing my voice. Guys, please give me money. I'm losing my voice. I'm doing this for you guys. I lost my voice for you guys.
Critics were proven absolutely correct. Appeasement just did not work. It was a massive disaster, and you can make a pretty good argument that the whole appeasement industrial complex is to blame for opening the space for Hitler's domination of Central Europe. But, at the time, they were
So he says there, you can argue that that was the whole reason for World War II. He admits it.
rational and sensible arguments for it. You can disagree with that. That's fine. But my point is, we have to at least hold the Soviet Union to the same standard. After all, as soon as Britain dropped appeasement, the Soviet Union picked it up and ran further with it than Britain ever did. We already talked about that in detail, but it's worth considering what both countries did in response to Germany.
The Soviet Union did that in reaction to the West completely abandoning the Soviet Union. It was a reaction to the actions of England and France.
Let's get back to Hakeem, though. I'm going to fast forward through his ad read for male hair loss medication and get right into the meaty part.
We'll start by recalling that the USSR actively pursued overt military alliances with Britain and France in a policy known as collective security. One such offer, made just 2 days before the war began, had the USSR sending 1 million troops, artillery, and airborne forces to help stop Hitler if they agreed to the pact. Such a pact would have drastically altered the course of history. Unfortunately, both Britain and France declined the offer, forcing the USSR to operate unilaterally without Allied support.
Is this true? Did Stalin really offer to send 1 million troops against Hitler 2 days before the war began? Okay, first, this is a nitpick, but according to his own source, an article in the Telegraph, this offer was made on August 15th, 1939. Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, so 2 weeks, not 2 days. Obviously, the Soviet Union didn't make this offer in late August since it had already made a deal with Germany by then.
Yeah.
You might have heard of it, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. We've been talking about it for 2 hours. But anyways, is this true? Yes, I buy it. The historians the article quotes are a bit skeptical, but from my point of view, it makes perfect sense. Here, I'll explain how Britain and France made the largest fumble in human history. The middle months of 1939 were the most decisive in years. In March 1939, Germany invaded the rest of Czechoslovakia from the German-speaking border regions it won in 1938's Munich Agreement. Very shocking, very unpredictable, I know. This strengthened calls for an alliance between Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, but despite negotiations, the Western powers kept dragging their heels. That might sound a bit familiar to you. And on May 3rd, Stalin fired Maxim Litvinov. Now, Molotov did continue negotiations for a tripartite alliance, but the Westerners continued to drag their heels. His proposals seemed pretty reasonable to me: military cooperation and guarantees for the integrity of Eastern European states. So why did Britain turn him down? And we're talking so much about Britain because France was kind of in a position where they kind of had to follow Britain around. So why did Britain turn him down? From Chamberlain's point of view, this deal was just not practical, and agreeing to an alliance on Soviet terms...
It was not practical. It was that Chamberlain was a devout anti-communist who saw communism as a threat to capitalism. Nazi capitalism was less distasteful than Soviet communism.
terms would humiliate Britain and show weakness to Germany. Plus, Britain was worried that making an agreement with Stalin would greenlight Soviet expansion into, say, Poland, Lithuania, Finland, and Romania. Another key point of contention was how exactly the Soviet Union...
How did that turn out? It seems almost like the UK and France just did the most disastrous mistake of all time.
would help them. If you remember, there were several hundred kilometers of Polish people between the Soviets and Germany, and neither Britain nor France had the leverage or will to force Poland to let Russian troops into their country. Poland understandably was worried about being attacked from both sides, and they ended up making the biggest mistake in possibly human history. Despite this, Britain and France sent military attachés over to the Soviet Union in August, but Britain was not enthusiastic. Chamberlain wanted to buy time, slowing down the negotiations to prevent the Soviet Union from ditching the West and making a deal with Germany. He thought that as long as they were talking to the Soviets wouldn't betray them and join Germany. Admiral Drax, the head of the British mission, was given no actual power to reach an agreement and travel by a slow boat rather than just a plane. Again, Chamberlain thought this would delay war by prolonging negotiations. But of course, it ended up just insulting the Soviets, who were secretly entertaining other offers already from Germany. So even though Western...
No, they were being sent offers by the Nazis for months, but they were still declining them. They were still declining them and still giving the UK chance after chance to actually form an alliance.
Military capabilities were dwarfed by the Soviet Union, and even though these newly discovered documents in the Telegraph showed that the Soviets were probably flexing their military strength to these Western attachés, nothing got done. Well, actually, the Germans got a deal, actually. Obviously, a gigantic missed opportunity on the part of Chamberlain. He had his reasons, and you can definitely make arguments in favor.
It's interesting that right at the end of the video is where he really, like, sort of steps down a lot and is like, yeah, okay. It's only at the very end of the video where he really seems to be kind of almost like, you know, like, really backing down in a lot of ways, which he should have done from the beginning.
Favor of these reasons, but they were, to put it very charitably, very stupid. With Britain and France clearly duds, the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with Germany on August 23rd. Then, a week later, Germany invaded Poland, with the Soviet Union neutral. And the rest is history. So what are we left with after all of this? I don't know about you, but that whole last section I felt a growing sense of dread, maybe just because I've been yapping for like 2 hours at this point, but it probably had something to do with how Britain and France completely failed to confront evil when they had a chance to. By the time they were ready to make a deal with the Soviets were gone, ships passing in the night.
He's saying all this after everyone has left the video. Like, we're only like 20% of people are left.
But of course, if you look at Britain's policies of appeasement, they were echoed by the Soviets, basically exactly. But the Soviet Union's appeasement policies were also an order of magnitude dumber than Britain's, with the Molotov...
No, they were not. Again, it was very logical. Stalin, unlike England or France, the Soviet Union was actually gaining a little bit, or at least they thought they were, by taking territory and materials from the Nazis and letting the two capitalist sides, which they knew both hated the Soviet Union, fight each other. So, I mean, you can argue, did that hurt or help the Soviet Union more? I don't think he really convincingly argued at all that not doing the pact would have helped the Soviet Union more. I don't think he really convincingly argued that at all.
Ribbentrop Pact laying the foundation for friendship and cooperation between the two dictators, the Soviet Union literally provided food and oil to Germany so it could keep fighting Britain.
And what did the Nazis provide to the Soviet Union? The Nazis also provided much materials and supplies to the Soviet Union.
Stalin was not a genius preparing for war. He underprepared his army. That's why Germany got all the way to Leningrad and Stalingrad. The fact that Stalin butchered his own commanders and huge scores of people he conquered through war, practically shoving them into Germany's arms, weakened the Soviets for their great patriotic war. But let's talk about Hakeem for a second. I don't think he's a dumb guy. I'm kind of holding him to a higher standard than I've held other people to because I don't think he's a dumb guy. Clearly he did some research. But again, this is a political video, making a political argument, defending his favorite political ideology. Over the course of this video, you've seen how that sort of bias can twist history, driving Hakeem to downplay and deny atrocities, which end up, of course, only hurting his political argument because he looks pretty bad. But you know what? I will leave you with something I said at the beginning of my video on Zoomer Historian who does similar tactics for Germany. The lesson we can take from this bloodshed is how to avoid such a thing again. You can only learn from history if you admit it happened and understand how it happened. I'm at my family's house for Thanksgiving away from my usual microphone, so apologies for the strange audio change. But anyways, if you like this video, why not support me on patreon.com/whatwhyhow for just $1 a month.
Oh, did you guys see that? When he said like this video, the like thing lighted up. That's interesting. Alright, well, so that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it was, you know, still, you know, obviously left out a lot of stuff. I don't know. In the end, I think he was less. It's such a low bar when it comes to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is why I'm being positive at all, because the bar is like so goddamn low. But yeah. I give that video a D+. D+. But yeah, your videos are also political, and you should admit that. And the biggest problem with the video is, of course, that he completely glossed over the fact that any sort of charitability when it comes to the Soviet Union and the Pact was completely erased from history. All of the sabotages of negotiations and whatnot was all erased from history. So yeah. Alright, I'm going to take a break. And then when we get back, I'm going to watch the TikHistory video. In the meantime, if you want to support me, please do so. This stream has no ads whatsoever. Completely ad-free, so the only thing I make from it is any donations you guys give to me. So I'd appreciate it. All right. Yo, where the money at? No one gave me money. What the fuck? I'm not watching the tick video until you guys give me money. I'm gonna stare dead-eyed at the camera until I get money. Hey, Phil, thanks for the $5. Mwah. Much appreciated. Hey, Catfish, thanks for the $2. All right. That's what I like to see. Hello, how are you? All right, one more. Two more bucks. Find those $2 under your pillow. Come on, guys. This is top tier content. This is TikHistory we're talking about. $2 more. All right. Thank you, Catfish. Coming through. Everybody give a round of applause for Catfish. All right, I'm a man of my word. Here we go.
The man behind the curtain is a priest. The curtain obscures the fact that what you're looking at is a religion, and everyone comes away thinking that it's a science. No, it's not. When you pull back the curtain, you're left with religion, and the curtain is called the dialectic. Dialectic is a process of obscuring the fact that you're dealing with a religion, and it's also the process of tricking you into believing in this religion. Now, the Marxists will screech and say that Tick doesn't understand because Karl Marx said in Das Kapital that it's not a religion.
Oh, got him. Das Kapital. Holy shit. That was a burn right there.
They don't believe in gods and they are purely material. But it is a religion, and I don't care what the curtain says. It's a religion, and I'm going to prove it. But it's not just Marx, it's Mosley, Mussolini, and Hitler as well. They all believe in this religion, and they all use the dialectic to obscure the fact that it is a religion. The dialectic explains why, when you read their books, a lot of the time it sounds really strange. When you're reading Das Kapital or Mein Kampf, you're thinking, why has he written it like that? Why is he not using normal language? And the dialectic explains it. Anyone who believes in the dialectic writes really badly, and the reason why is because their objective is not to explain, it's to obscure. They are...
I mean, to be fair, will I say that dialectical materialism and all that stuff can be confusing, and that I'm confused by it too? Yes, but keep in mind, first of all, that Marx was a man in the 19th century who was reading people who were super obscure, like Hegel, and also it's translated from the German, so yeah, it's not going to be like the easiest read ever.
The curtain that pulls itself in front of the priest. So, in order to explain this, I have to remind you of what this religion is. James Lindsay has once again explained this brilliantly in a series of lectures on YouTube.
And here we get to the point of why I put Tick in the thumbnail as a Nazi already. So, James Lindsay is a far-right, insane person who constantly talks about the evils of wokenism and LGBT people, and he's basically like the new, and how the white race is being replaced by brown people and black people. And he doesn't ever talk about fascism, in case you've noticed that. He's very concerned with communism only. Yeah, I mean, James Lindsay is basically a fascist. And of course, that is what TikHistory uses as his primary sources, is 2 quotes from fucking James Lindsay, a far-right insane person who talks about like cultural Marxism, which is basically the new Judeo-Bolshevism. You can't say Judeo-Bolshevism anymore, so you say cultural Marxism. So it's very ironic. So when people say, oh, TikHistory has some good videos, I'm very sus about that at all, because the fact that he would just instantly quote James Lindsay unironically when he pretends to be like an anti-Nazi guy. I mean, he's an incredibly untrustworthy person.
Post links to those lectures below. They are by far the best explanations I've seen of this, so I'm going to encourage you to watch them at the end of the video to get another perspective on this. So let's just start from the foundations. The faithful of this religion believe that there is a true God that's not material, it's not physical, it's purely spiritual. It's the absolute idea, or the spirit, or whatever you want to call it. But they also believe that there was a split in the heavens, and from this split you get shards of the true God cast into the ether. The demiurge, the devil, then creates the material realm, this world we inhabit, as a prison for the shards of the true God. So if you think about the Matrix, we're all in this fantasy world that's not real, we just think it is, and Agent Smith, the demiurge, is trying to prevent us from realizing what we are. We are God. We don't know we're God, but if we realize that we are, we will see the code in the Matrix and win. But what this means is that the material world, and every single one of us in it, are shards of the idea, God. And God's purpose, our purpose, is to come back together as one and realize that we are God. In effect, God is trying to remember that he is God. So how do we remember that we are God? Well, the way we do that is through understanding, knowledge, divine gnosis, that God is non-material. He's therefore purely an idea, the idea. So we need knowledge, divine gnosis, of this idea. Hence, the religion is called Gnosticism, or maybe Hermeticism, which is similar. When we realize that we are God, that part is gnosis, and our pursuit of knowledge will lead us to the idea, so our objective is to acquire knowledge of God, Gnosticism. And how do we gain this knowledge of God? Through the dialectic. The dialectic presents itself as logic, it presents itself as a science. It is neither, it is alchemy, it is magic, it is nonsense. Yet it's also what some people believe because it's also a religious faith. When a Marxist says that they're not religious or that they don't believe in mysticism, then why are they believing in the dialectic? The dialectic is mysticism, the dialectic is a religion. The purpose of the dialectic is to A, obscure that this is a religion, and B, create a heaven on earth so you can become God. That is literally the purpose of the dialectic. So the fact that Marxists believe in the dialectic at all is proof that this is a religion. Marx may have denied it and claimed otherwise, but his actions speak louder than words. The dialectics believe that the unification of God will occur at the end of history. Because once God is created, once all the shards become God again, then there's no need for history. But what is history? History is the study of the human condition via the records of the past. It is not the study of the past itself, it is the study of the records of the past, which is not the same thing. But even if it was the study of the past, it's definitely not the study of the future. I know I shouldn't have to state this, but history is not the future, and you can't declare an end to history, nor can you use history to predict the future. And yet that's precisely what the dialectics are doing. Theirs is an end of history.
Okay, first of all, what? End of history? That's Francis Fukuyama, not Marx. And secondly, you can use history to predict the future. Not perfectly, but you can use it to, inform your predictions of the future. That's one of the things that history is useful for, to learn from history for the future. Holy shit.
Cult, a doomsday cult. Some technical terms: apocalypticism, a religious belief that the end of the world is imminent, and the word eschaton is the technical term for the end of the world or the end times. Eric Vogelin famously warned everyone not to immanentize the eschaton, meaning don't bring about an acceleration of the end of the world, which is precisely what the dialectics are trying to do. What? Let's take Marxism as an example. Stalin, in his book Dialectical and Historical Materialism, explains that the purpose of the proletarian party is to take action to destroy the reactionary forces, seize the means of production, and thereby accelerate the process of history.
Yes, because Marx saw history as going from, hunter-gatherers to slavery to feudalism to capitalism, and he saw socialism as I'm not a Marxist theorist, okay, guys, so I'm sorry if I get things wrong, but to capitalism to socialism. Socialism was the next mode of production. And then you can talk about lower phase or higher phase socialism and what he believed and all of that. And, and then socialism, and then you got to get to communism.
The others have the same idea too, and we'll come back to them a little later. So the purpose of the process of the dialectic is to get to the end of history and unite as God. That's why, when Marx or anyone else claims that they're not a religion,
Unite as God. What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? This is insane. This is so insane.
they're talking out their rears. What they're trying to do is immanentize the eschaton. They're trying to bring about the end of history. I mean, how is that not a religion? They say
What?
they're trying to get to a utopia, but then claim it's not a utopia. They say the state will wither away, as they call the more state. Marx claimed it wasn't an ideology, when it's clearly an ideology. It's all complete nonsense. So don't look at what they say, look at what they do. This is a doomsday cult, plain and simple.
What? This is a doomsday cult. Communism is a doomsday cult. Holy shit.
So, with their intention of getting to the end of history, to unite as God, they've decided that the best way to do this is to accelerate the development of society. Now, I would say, okay, if you want society to develop, we therefore need to get rid of the chains of slavery, the chains of feudalism, the chains of taxation, regulation, and inflation, all of which hinder the development of society. If we're not enslaved, then we would function so much better, and thus progress could be achieved. But that's not what they mean.
Yeah, get rid of regulation. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. He really is like an insane libertarian fascist.
By development of society. Remember, their aim is to get to the end of history. And what does that mean? The end of mankind. They are a doomsday cult, and what they're trying to do is destroy mankind. Communism didn't fail in Cambodia. It succeeded. And the death toll shows that. They want to accelerate the process of the end of history. So they introduce the state police, gulags, mass starvation. These things are part of the process, not a mistake. This is where I disagree with James Lindsay, who said these things were mistakes. But by reading someone like Stalin, their intent becomes obvious. 5 main types of relations of production are known to history: primitive communal, slave, feudal, capitalist, and socialist. So we were all frolicking free in the Garden of Eden during primitive communism, then we had the fall and all became slaves, but we've started to free ourselves, going from slavery to feudalism and feudalism to capitalism. We were, at least up to a point, getting freer. But what's the aim of the communists? To get us back to communism, to send us back to the Garden of Eden. So how are they going to do that? Well, it stands to reason, if we were freeing ourselves as we were going forward through history, then to go back through history, we'd have to do the opposite. We'd have to be enslaved. So first, they'll implement a totalitarian socialist state, then we'll have the...
What? Does he think hunter-gatherers were enslaved? Does he think hunter-gatherers had regulations and taxation? This guy has 404,000 subscribers.
Rapture, and the state will wither away at the end of history. But of course, mankind will wither away along with it, and the survivors, the priests of the cult, will end up back in primitive communism, they'll end up back in the Garden of Eden.
He calls it primitive communism because it's not the communism he wants, right? He doesn't literally want us to go back to being like a bunch of hunter-gatherer tribes.
And close to God again. It's all nonsense. The objective is not to bring about paradise for everyone, it's to bring a return to paradise for the priests only, because they know there's only so much room in the Garden of Eden.
What is going on? There were no priests in hunter-gatherer societies. Is he mixing up when cities and towns are first established and hierarchies were established? What is going on?
So the deaths and starvation in the camps are all part of the process of accelerating the destruction of society. In broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as epochs, marking progress in the economic development of society. The bourgeois mode of production is the last antagonistic form of the social process of production, but the productive forces developing within bourgeois society create also the material conditions for a solution of this antagonism. The prehistory of human society, accordingly, closes with this social formation. Let's just put that in plain language, because he doesn't speak normal. He thinks that history hasn't yet started. The prehistory of human society is the current era we are living in now, because we haven't developed the true socialist society. We haven't got to God. So
It's
history...
a clear admission that nothing matters. What?
hasn't even started yet. It's total nonsense. History is a study of the records of the past. It has nothing to do with the formation of some mystical society. Just imagine how demented a mind you must have to come up with this nonsense. So now we understand their aims, we have to realise that the priests can't do this alone. They must convince people to join the cults before they destroy us all. And how do they do that? They trick them. Now, I've got to explain this. I was a socialist back in the day, but I wasn't a Marxist. I had a keen eye for history and understood that Cambodia, China, and the Soviet Union were bad, and I understood that communism had failed. I had read George Orwell, who is still my favourite.
Oh my god! He was a Trotskyist! He was like a left comm or a Trotskyist. Classic. Just like they all are, man. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh my god. Incredible. To be fair, Trotsky himself was not as anti-Soviet Union as many people that call themselves Trotskyists. But yeah, I mean, that's just incredible. he just picks up the two Orwell books. Oh man, that's incredible. Oh.
But I was misled into believing that the workers needed external help to save them from capitalism, and that help would come from the state. So I was a moderate socialist for practical reasons, and had never bought into the Marxist ideology. So I never became a dialectic. I wasn't in the cult.
How the fuck were you a socialist, but you never bought into anything about Marx?
Therefore, I can't explain why anyone would fall for this. I'm sure there are reasons why, and I'm hopeful that there will be an ex-dialectic somewhere in the comments who can explain to us how they got in it and what it's like to be, see the world from the point of view of a dialectic. But I can't explain the trick. All I can do is explain to you the dialectical confusion and take some guesses as to why someone would fall for it. So that's what I'm going to do right now. When humans come across a problem, there are two potential approaches. We can either develop a theory and stubbornly stick to it, adopt a closed mind, and no matter how many times we fail, we just keep doing the same thing over and over again in the hope that we get a different outcome. We call this process insanity. Or there's the open-minded approach. We tried something, we failed, therefore we'll change our theory and try again. We call this process sanity. The dialectics adopt the process of insanity, and no matter how many times their theology goes wrong, they'll not change it, and they'll keep butting their heads against the brick wall, hoping this will create utopia.
What?
When normal people have an idea, let's call it a...
The guy who wrote Dialectical and Historical Materialism also created the idea of self-criticism, which, socialists don't always adhere to that, but it's just not true to say that socialists don't critique themselves. This is just so bad.
Thesis, this goes up against another idea. Let's call it an antithesis. And there can be multiple arguments, multiple theses and antitheses, but eventually, after debate and experimentation, one will be declared the winner. So 2 + 2 = 4, or 2 + 2 = 5, we have a debate, and it turns out that there is a right and wrong answer. 2 + 2 is 4, not 5. So the debate is over, there is a correct answer, and this process allows us to get to the objective truth, whatever that truth might be. Dialectics don't believe in this process. They believe that when you have a thesis and antithesis, the solution is to negate the two. They deny both the thesis and the antithesis, and they adopt a synthesis of the two ideas. 2 + 2 is not 4 or 5, it's 4 and 5. So therefore, 2 + 2 is 9, or in fact whatever the priests, the party, says it is. It can be 4 and 5 at the same time, or it can change. It doesn't matter. What matters is that the truth is gained subjectively. It's not real, it's whatever we imagine it to be. This process of negation, this process of struggle, and the Marxists use that term too, by the way, is the natural order of things as described by the dialectics. Hegel referred to it as Aufheben, destroying something but keeping the essence of the thing so that you can lift it up, revolution, to a higher plane. Marx used the same term in the Communist Manifesto. Abolition, Aufhebung of the family. Even the most radical flare up at this infamous proposal of the communists. When presented with a contradiction, a normal person would say that there's a problem, or we've obviously got something wrong and we need to rethink it. The dialectic will embrace the contradiction. In fact, they'll say that contradictions are good. They say they're fertile ground for progression. They reject the notion that we should figure out which argument is right and wrong and just synthesize them together so we can find the higher truth. After all, we're trying to...
No, you resolve the contradiction.
become God, right?
He literally put a quote earlier on where it said Marx, we need to resolve the antagonism or whatever. Ugh.
Now, what I've described so far is more like what Immanuel Kant would think, but Hegel took things to the next level. He said that the world wasn't what our minds perceived it to be, but that the material world is our mind. The reason why is because if we are all shards of the true God, and God is the absolute idea, then the world was created from the mind of God, our mind. And what this does is it justifies the synthesis. We overcome the contradictions, and that's fine because our mind is reality. And apparently these...
This guy just... He says at first of all, you don't overcome or could resolve the contradictions, and now he just said you overcome the contradictions. Oh my god, dude.
People can hold contradictions in their heads at the same time, which is very strange to me. It's literally insanity. What constitutes dialectical movement is the coexistence of two contradictory sides, their conflict and their fusion into a new category. Formerly, we were in the habit of saying this
A new category. So you don't just say both are equally right. Something new emerges out of it.
is right or wrong. Today, we must put the question accordingly. What would the Führer say?
What?
Tell you, if the Führer wishes it, then 2 times 2 are 5. Yes, when you are a dialectic, right and wrong can no longer be determined. You lose your ability to think, because everything becomes contradictory chaos. So your only guide is the higher synthesis, which is the leader. Be it Stalin, Lenin, Mao, Hitler, Mussolini, Pol Pot, Mosley, it doesn't matter. Your leader, your Führer, is the only one who knows, because the dialectic has destroyed your ability to think. And going back to Hegel, if the world is made from our minds, then it stands to reason that the mind is also part of the world. Therefore, both the mind and the world are material. So then, the Marxists come along, want to pretend that they're not a religion, and therefore say they stand for dialectical materialism. They say that the world comes first before the mind. But it's nothing different, because in their view, the world is material, but the mind makes the material world. And the mind is also material, so it's a circle. They call themselves materialists because they believe that the mind is material. It doesn't matter where they start because they end up in the same conclusion. Therefore, they're not dealing with material things, they're dealing with fantasy. They've negated the real and embraced the actual, which is whatever their minds have dreamt up. Hence, socialism is converted from...
I don't think this guy's lying. I think he's just absolutely insane. Like actually mentally unwell. Like genuinely mentally unwell.
a dream of a better future for humanity into a science. And I know the Marxists will screech and say that Marx said this isn't what he did. He claimed he demystified the dialectic from Hegel. But it doesn't matter what Marx said, it matters what he did. He didn't kick out the priest, all he did was draw the curtain so you can't see the priest behind it. And it's literally in the name. Dialectical materialism. Dialectic, mind, and materialism, reality. Mind, reality. Reality of the mind. It's literally in the name. However, the reason why the Marxists don't view it as mysticism is because they say that the dialectical method moves us from the abstract to the concrete. The reason why is because they are going from the spiritual mind to the material realm, which was created by the mind. So they're going from the fantasy to the real, from the idea to the mundane. However, by confirming that they are going from the abstract to the concrete, they're admitting that they've started in the spiritual realm and have gone from that to the corporeal. Therefore, far from being non-mystical, they've brought God down to earth. It's still religion because spirituality is at the heart and soul of it. And Marx took Hegel's historicism and did the same thing, this time using economics as the basis for his study of society. But he went beyond this. The reason they were studying society was so they could discover laws that could be used to predict the future. Marx claimed that they would eventually get to communism. But he could only make this claim because he had supposedly studied the dialectical processes of society, and this gave him the special Gnostic power to say how things will proceed from here on. Now, he got it wrong, because he based it all on the now-defunct Labour theory of value, but it doesn't matter because millions of Gnostics continue to believe in the lie, and this, to me at least, should be the wake-up call to all dialect.
Is the Labour theory of value debunked? I don't think it's debunked.
Marxists and third positionists listening to this. If you cannot predict what I'm going to have for breakfast tomorrow, then you can't predict the future of humanity. Nobody can predict the future, and the fact that you think you can is an indication that you've fallen into a cult. What? So it's time to take the red pill, it's time to wake up and get out of the matrix. We live, necessarily, in a society of continual and unending change. Change that can never be precisely charted in advance. But how are they thinking that they can predict the future? Well, what they say is, we have this thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, and the synthesis is higher than the other two. This then becomes the next thesis. There is yet another antithesis to this new thesis, and thus another synthesis again. And so what we're doing is constantly moving higher and higher and higher towards God. Hence the word progressivism, which is progress towards God. Now, it's progress into the land of Looneyville, West Virginia. And so we can't really call this progression at all. We've got a synthesis after synthesis, in other words, a wrong answer after wrong answer, building up on top of one another in a giant pyramid of stupidity, the state. And what we're left with is one giant stinking pile of dung. Nonetheless, they call this progress. No, it's nonsense. However, this nonsense allows them to say, okay, down the line, this will happen, then this will happen, etc. And it's nothing more than a trick of the mind. It's a blatantly obvious fallacy. It's a trick, it's a trap, snake oil, an illusion. They are trapped in the wizard circle, the Gnostic snake that eats its own tail. Once you're in the circle, it's hard to come out of it. However, going back to the theory, there's two concepts that we need to discuss. One is dialectical materialism, and the other is historical materialism. Dialectical materialism is when the people bring about new social ideas which turn into political ideas. So we form societies, and those societies create the political state. And the purpose of the Marxists is to accelerate the process to bring about the revolution, which takes us to the next step in the chain of progress towards the end of history. Again, they're immanentizing the eschaton. Marxist historical materialism says that the chief determining force that changes society is the means of production, which is always a social thing, even though it's not, hence the need to seize it. Men carry on a struggle against nature and utilize nature for the production of material values not in isolation from each other, not as separate individuals, but in common, in groups, in societies. Production, therefore, is at all times and under all conditions social production. Self-employed people and sole traders don't exist, apparently. And yes, there are flaws in the theory. Anyway, historical materialists also believe that economics drives society, and that if we understood economics, we can understand the laws of history, even though such laws do not exist. And after
everyone individually is still operating under a broader social system. You can't. There's no existing independent of the broader social sphere. You are part of the social sphere no matter what.
studying these laws, we can use them to predict the future, which is simply another way of saying they're practicing divine revelation, Gnosticism. There are a ton more flaws in the theory.
Look at the self-satisfied smile on his face.
Which is simply another way of saying they're practicing divine revelation, Gnosticism.
Look at his face, bro. He's like, checkmate. I got those Marxists. Got him. He is so proud of himself. Look at his face. He's so proud of himself.
There are a ton more flaws in the theory, but there's no need to get into them all here. You can pick this apart all day and the dialectics will just resort to calling your name, so it's a pointless endeavour. What matters is that the Marxists, the Fascists, and the National Socialists all believe in the dialectic. This is where Hitler's struggle idea comes from. The struggle is the dialectic. It's the negation of the thesis and antithesis. For the Nazis, just like the Marxists, the world was in constant movement, or constant flux, as it moves towards the end stage of history. It's this process that Hitler is calling nature. But it's not real nature, it's the nature he's dreamt up in his head. When I did my videos on the Gnosticism of National Socialism, some said that Hitler liked nature, and since nature is the real world, it's not some transcendent entity. Thus, it couldn't be Gnosticism because Gnostics hate reality. But that's a misunderstanding of the word nature in the context of the dialectic. As James Lindsay says, Marxists share your vocabulary, but they don't share your dictionary. In fact, what really drives people towards cults is language, says linguist Amanda Montel. My dad spent his teenage years in the late 60s and early 70s on a remote socialist compound called Synanon that started out as an alternative drug rehabilitation centre but grew to accommodate so-called lifestylers or Americans who wanted in on the blossoming countercultural movement of the time. Children at Synanon were separated from their parents, she says, which is very similar to what Plato suggested in his Republic, which is where the origins of socialism come from. No one was allowed to go to...
Wait, what? The origins of socialism come from Plato's Republic. I've never heard that one before. Does he think... What, like the philosopher kings are the socialist bureaucrats? Socialism came from Plato's Republic. I have never, ever heard that. That's a new one.
To school or work on the outside.
That's like... This guy reminds me so much of What If Alt Hist in a lot of ways. Like when What If Alt Hist said, like, The Inca Empire was the first communist country. Oh.
At one point, everyone shaved their heads. At another point, couples were split up and reassigned new partners that the leader, Chuck Dedrich, approved of, a very appropriate name for a socialist leader since most of the priests are rich. The aim of my book is to break down some of these hard and fast linguistic techniques that all of these cultish groups use to manipulate not just followers of groups like Heaven's Gate, but all of us to some degree. Cultish language works to do three things, the 3 C's, she says. It converts you, it conditions you, and it coerces you. My parents, they're scientists, and they will use jargon that I don't understand, but that jargon is there to make communication clearer. Cultish language has these ulterior motives, and it's there to make communication hazier. It's there to divide people, to shut down independent thinking. And that's how you know that language is cultish, when it causes strong emotional response, but you yourself have trouble translating what it is that you're saying. Questioning, scrutiny, pushback. These are the enemies of any cultish group that wants to remain saying.
Plenty of socialist writers are very clear, you know. Michael Prenti is a great example. He's a very straightforward, clear writer. Vijay Prashad is another example. Plenty of socialists have criticized obscurantism. Also, questioning, scrutiny, pushback, these are the enemies. I mean, again, democratic centralism is one example where actually everyone can question and push back and debate and talk. You just have to come to a conclusion. And then also, again, there's such a thing as self-crit, which comes from Marxism.
Unchecked power. So when anyone tries to express any dissent, you're going to need a roster of these catchy stock phrases in order to shut that person down. Like the word fascist, which is thrown about so loosely that I don't think anyone's not been called a fascist at this point. I would say if a form of language cues you to have a strong emotional reaction, but causes us to stop asking questions, if it forces you to separate yourself from those who don't know how to use the language, if you find yourself becoming ideologically bound to a set of terminology filled with a sense of elitism just for showing up, those are some cues that you might be involved with a group that's a little too cultish for comfort. This last bit's important because I get dialectics in the comment sections all the time telling me Tick doesn't know, Tick doesn't understand, and never once have they offered an explanation. They pretend that they know Gnosis.
Can you imagine this insane scumbag trying to respond to Freda's videos about him? Can you imagine him actually, like live on a stream, having to watch Freda's video about him and have to like defend himself? I mean, I wouldn't debate him on all this stuff because Marxist theory, the depths of it is not my specialty, but even I can still tell he's insane. But yeah, can you imagine this guy actually having to talk with an educated Marxist live? But he can just like put someone in the you can just like say, oh, all these dumb guys in the comments.
And act superior to everyone else.
If you're so certain you're right, dude, just respond to Freda's video. Watch it live on a stream, so you can't like be dishonest and cut it the way you want. Watch it live, like I do, where I watch videos that I usually don't prepare for too much, or sometimes I do, but that I have to respond to live in the moment. So I don't always do perfect, but I do my best. You can't make a half coherent video when you just have all the time in the world to do it. So I can't imagine this guy having to actually respond live to something.
As if they're Aryan Super Saiyans, or species beings, which is what Marx referred to the Aryan socialists as. These dialectics are in the cult, the Marxists, the fascists...
Wait, what? Did he just say Marx referred to the Aryan socialists as species beings? Species being means he's like it's like a human nature, right? Or it's your existence. And he's saying that Marx thinks socialists are species beings?
act superior to everyone else, as if they're Aryan Super Saiyans, or species beings, which is what Marx referred to the Aryan socialists as.
I'm pretty certain that's not what a species being is in Marxism.
These dialectics are in the cult. The Marxists, the fascists, and so on are in the cult, and so nobody else can understand them. When I was a socialist, I knew what socialism was. But as soon as I lost my faith in socialism, suddenly I don't know what socialism is. Suddenly, socialism isn't state ownership of the means of production.
What is a socialist book you read? You pointed to 2 books by noted scumbag George Orwell. What book on socialism did you read?
Despite the fact that every socialist prior to 1945 said it was. Why? Because now that I'm not in the cult, I can't know. I'm not allowed to know. Because I obviously am not part of the elite. I now don't have gnosis. I must be lying. I must only be claiming to have been a socialist, because why would anyone abandon glorious socialism? Oh, and also because I never explained what the dialectic is, that means I don't know what it is. Because obviously, I've not sat here and played my banjo. That means I can't play the banjo. I mean, I can only play a couple songs anyway. But obviously, just because I haven't said or done something doesn't mean I haven't said or done it. It's just gatekeeping nonsense. I don't understand why anyone would fall for the dialectic, but I do understand what it is. And the point is, they're using a totally different language to us. And I'm not going to pretend to understand this dialectic language fully, because, as I said in last week's video, I've just discovered that when the Nazis say blood, they actually mean spirit. We want to purify the blood is we want to purify the spirit. Even though I've been studying this for years, it wasn't obvious until I read Peikoff's book. Well, the same thing applies to the word nature. By nature, us normies think Hitler's referring to the real world outside where the animals live. That's not what he means. He's referring to the dialectical method itself. The dialectic dreamt up in people's minds casts its ideas into the material world. Mind makes material, material makes mind. So when he says nature, he doesn't mean nature, he means the dialectic, which he believes allows him to see the world correctly. Man has discovered in nature the dialectic, the wonderful notion of that almighty being whose law he worships. Fundamentally, in everyone, the wonderful notion of that almighty being whose law he worships. Fundamentally, in everyone, there is the feeling for this almighty, which we call God, that is to say, the dominion of natural laws, dialectic laws, throughout the whole universe. Yeah, the dialectic are these natural laws. The dialectic, according to these priests, is behind everything. God is the dialectic is God. For the Marxists, when the dialectic gets them to the end stage of history, they will have the new Soviet man, a super being known as the species being, which is what Karl Marx called it. For Hitler, this nature or dialectic is the one determining which race is going to dominate the world. Hence, the folk concept of the world is in profound accord with nature's will, because it restores the free play of the forces which will lead the race through stages of sustained reciprocal education towards a higher type, until finally the best portion of mankind will possess the earth and will be free to work in every domain all over the world, and even reach spheres that lie outside the earth. And it's not just Marx, and it's not just Hitler. It's Giovanni Gentile, it's Hegel, it's Lenin, it's Stalin, and Mao, and many more Marxists, fascists, and National Socialists. It does vary depending on the particular person you're looking at and their brand of dialectic, but the principle remains the same. And here's the thing. When we look at the traditional political spectrum, you generally have communism on the left and capitalism on the right, supposedly. Obviously, I now reject this, but let's just go with it for the purposes of this video. Hitler and Mussolini, the Nazis and the fascists, do not like either communism or capitalism. They saw these as what? Thesis and antithesis. Therefore, they synthesized them together in a new position, a third position. This is where the idea of the fascist third way comes from. This is where the term third positionism comes from. They didn't pick the name at random, it's dialectical. And here's the deal. If you believe in the dialectic, then the third position is the future. They are the synthesis. The Nazis and the fascists are the synthesis. So if you're a dialectic and you believe in this nonsense, you have to stop being a force of reaction, which is what the Nazis will call you, and get in line with the Nazis and fascists. You have to become a Nazi and fascist if you want to progress towards your end goal. You made your bed, and now you're going to sleep in it. And if you want to know...
But isn't his whole thing that the socialists and the communists are the same? So... But he's saying, no, it's like a synthesis of the two that makes, of capitalism and communism, that makes fascism. Fascism is basically capitalism in crisis. It's when the capitalists basically unite under one leader or like a small group of people to save capital from threat, basically. That's like a sort of my simplified understanding of it. I don't understand what that has to do with combining communism and capitalism, but okay.
Or why we have so much racism and genderism on the left, with all this nonsense coming out from them, and why Klaus Schwab is talking about stakeholder capitalism, which is just another name for fascism. The reason why is because they've realised this. Some Marxists have finally realised that their future, according to the dialectical religion that they worship, is third positionism, and so they're embracing it.
What?
China has already gone that way. The European Union seems to be moving in that direction too,
What?
as does Canada and the United States. They're all embracing fascism or National Socialism, but trying to keep it international for now. And the reason why is because of their faith in the dialectical process. Now what I'm going to do is leave you with a quote about Oswald Mosley, who was the leader of the British Union of Fascists. This quote is coming from a historian who recognises some odd things about Mosley, but he can't explain it because he doesn't know what the dialectic is. I don't expect you to fully understand it either, but you'll certainly see where most of it's coming from. So here we go. In contrast to Spengler's pessimistic conservatism, Mosley believed fascism could renew European culture in a mutiny against destiny. Caesarism and science would evolve Faustian man and a civilization which renewed its youth in a persisting dynamism, constant movement towards the end stage of history. It would produce a final union of will with thought to a limitless achievement, a reunification of God. Fascism would create a society in which man could become like a god, and control like a magician the forces of the universe. In a mystical note, he told Peter Liddell that after the Caesarist stage, there would be eternal light. Thomson saw fascism as the 20th century expression of the will to infinitude, and Mosley as the leader who would transform the world. For Mosley, fascism would re-spiritualize the thought of the people until the principles of religion returned to their hearts, the militant service and mystical love. Blackshirt Olive Hawks recalled the desire to merge into the greater unit.
This guy is like the YouTube commenter I get every now and then who's absolutely insane and drops like 18 paragraphs of like mystical, ramblings about nonsense, except he's like a popular and respected history YouTuber.
Of nation or faith, which derive from fascism's spiritual instinct of self-sacrifice, which set them apart from people who drifted along. Fascism, Mosley preached, comes with the force of a new religion. It was infused with ritual as an alternative to Marxist faith. Its core was the idea of national rebirth, in which the individual would be fused with the mass to overcome oppositions between private and public, individual and collective. Again, a synthesis. It had the totalizing aim of a millenarian cult led by a charismatic leader whose dynamism was recharged in the liturgies of mass meeting, where irrational forces of the chosen and the symbolic took over from individualism and rationality. There is a lot in here, obviously, and I hope I haven't lost many of you, and I also hope you're beginning to see why they were doing what they were doing and saying what they were saying. It's not random, it's their dialectical method, which was derived from their Gnostic faith. And on that bombshell, here's a bunch of links to James Lindsay's videos on the dialectic. Thanks for watching, bye for now.
Wow. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm convinced. I don't know about you guys, but I'm on board. Oh man, that was crazy. That was like a fever dream. On that bombshell. Wow. Stream of consciousness plus British accent equals catnip to Americans. True, pretty much. If I had a British accent, it would be over. I'd be at like 1 million subscribers. That was awesome, dude. That reminds me of What a Fault Hist and his incredible mental breakdown. I mean, just absolutely insane. don't know if I can find it.
So, this was the elephant I was worried about before I did ayahuasca.
Okay, so he deleted the tweets. I don't know if other people saved it. Does someone have the what if Altis mental breakdown? Okay, I think I found it. Oh my god. Alright, are you guys ready for this? Alright, give me money. And I'll show you the most incredible thing you're ever going to see. I'll be right back, and someone better give me money by then. And then I'll show you. Pay up, bitches. Yeah, the Discord is publicly available. I'll link it in the chat. Thank you, Nature Walking Through. Give me a sec. Appreciate it. Communism is Mormonism. Yeah. That was crazy. We gotta watch more tick videos. Alright, someone link the Discord in the chat, because it's not working for me. Alright. Okay. Alright, so the what if Altis tweets got deleted, but someone saved it in a copy pasta. All right. Okay, here we go. Hi everyone. I have to tell you folks something. I am a quite advanced mystic, and am capable of communicating with the spirit world. If you wonder why I know so much and am so successful at the age of 23, this is part of the reason. I have a photographic memory, and I've used this to have hundreds of hours of communication with different spiritual forces, whether God, the devil, Mother Nature, Hermes Trismegistus, the Anima, and many more. I have a pretty good map of the spirit world, the Lord God, and the Tree of Life, which is the spirit of consciousness connected to you by blood through evolution, are forcing me against my own consent to intervene in the game now. I really did not want to do this, but God forced my hand. I did this since I was concerned we'd all fucking die as a society if I don't, and I'm young enough, I'm invested. They're really worried about you. They can see inside your souls and know you're all miserable. None of you get laid, have babies, or have any reason to live or connection to the divine. It causes them so much suffering, they sent me to say everything is going to be fine and that I'm here to be responsible for my people's survival and their soul. I'm here to explain how both the spirit and material worlds work to you in this stressful juncture in evolution. I serve God and the Tree of Life. I have 10 hours of video content I've just released explaining what exactly happened to me, what I know of the world, and why modernity is all lies. So yeah, he released a bunch of videos on YouTube, like 8 hours or whatever of videos that he deleted eventually. So yeah. Everything your era believes are lies. 99% of human history agrees about all this stuff, and modern industrial civilization is the one exception. Get with the program, they all venerate the divine, and God doesn't take insults lightly. Your bloodline, God, and the spirit world all believe you're completely insane. They see Western civilization as committing suicide, and the birth rate is in complete freefall. They have already won and you haven't realized yet. I have already established a unified theory of life that incorporates physics, history, every major world religion, biology, Darwinism, Plato, and Aristotle. Watch the video if you're interested. Your ancestors were correct and you are wrong. I am a proud Christian. I was very careful that nothing I say contradicts the Bible, so this message can elevate Christ. If I ever do, I will immediately submit to Scripture. My message can be integrated with any given world religion, since I stand for freedom so that we can all experience the spirit world on our own terms. I've been there, and I'll show you how. I am a man who stands for other men. I stand so that men will not be treated as cattle. The meaning of life is empathy. To listen to others, blah, 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 blah. It just goes on and on. Oh, they left out the best part. It keeps on going. The best part is he goes on to say that so basically he took ayahuasca and he basically had a mental breakdown. The best part is he goes on to say that he has founded a cult called the Order of the Red Dragon. And that he wants your teenage boys to join his cult of the Order of the Red Dragon to like turn them into proper men. And then he deleted all of that, and then he released a following damage control tweet where he said, I was trying to make something go as viral as possible, so I said something as ridiculously over the top. I was playing some So yeah, he just tries to justify it. It's so clearly he's just so clearly off his rocker. He was talking about, apparently in the video he uploaded, he was talking about his Maoist sister. Crazy. Anyways. See you later, Logan Mansion. I'm glad you liked the stream. Yeah, pretty insane. Should the Pope call a new crusade? Sure, why not? Let's check it out.
If you spend enough time in certain sectors of the internet, you will eventually come across what I might call like the Crusades memology, where it's become based and fashionable to use phrases like Deus Vult, which was a slogan of the Crusaders, and to post Crusade memes about retaking the Holy Land on sites like Twitter or Reddit. And the mood that it is derived from seems to thrive even more so in geopolitical climates in which unrestrained migration has dramatically changed the composition of cities and communities throughout the West to a degree that has predictably created a climate of clashing cultures and resentment. Leaving some asking, why are Christians just laying down and taking it? Why don't they fight back against their diminishing influence and role in society? While Islam, on the other hand, seems poised to take over in many places. After all, there was a time in which Christians did embrace that martial fighting spirit and prevented Europe from being overtaken by Islam. And it's also worth noting that while the period of crusading ended, in the Islamic world, they never stopped calling for jihad or holy wars against the West. The last crusade was in like the 13th century, but the Islamic world continued to call for holy wars against the West all the way up to the present day. In the 16th to 18th centuries, the Ottoman Empire conducted several wars of aggression against the West, making it as far as places like Vienna and Rome in their conquest. The Barbary corsairs raided Europe with jihad as an oft-referenced justification for their activity, routinely taking white slaves back to Africa all the way into the 19th century. In World War I, the Ottomans declared jihad against the Allied forces as their motive for joining the fray. And then, of course, in the 21st century, we have groups like the Taliban and the Islamic State, among others, routinely declaring jihad as part of their terrorist campaign of aggression. And I had one person message me this week asking why Christians haven't responded to this relentless pattern of jihad with another crusade of some kind. He asked me if Christians had become too weak compared to their medieval ancestors, obviously associating that martial culture as an intrinsic part of the Christian faith, which now seems to be lost in his mind. And simultaneously, if you're someone who is of the view that the Crusades were incompatible with the church's mission and a betrayal of the early church's faithful example of non-violent resistance to its persecutors, you might be horrified to learn that any modern person, especially a young person, would think of the Crusades as anything other than an unambiguous evil and like a dark chapter or even a dark age in the church's history. For example, there's a series of lectures on YouTube by a Protestant academic named Ryan Reeves that I really like. Like, they're really, really well done. But he seems to highlight this contrast between the early church as being filled with willing, nonviolent martyrs who refused to employ violent resistance against those who would use force against them, and then the later medieval church, who seems to be perfectly content justifying the use of violence and warfare to achieve certain ends. And this is often a typical Protestant talking point to argue that the Catholic Church had lost its way. They see that era of the Middle Ages as the time in which the Church strayed from the teachings of Christ and was set back on track by the Protestant Reformation. And frankly, they have a point, because it's true that the early Christians refused to use violence to defend themselves against violence directed towards them. But it's also true, this doesn't compose my argument, but it is worth pointing out that had it not been for the Crusades, had it not been for the Pope rallying the support of the Christian nobles in military defense of Europe, there would have been no Christendom left by the time of the Protestant Reformation. But anyways, that's an aside, and you can still say...
Can you provide a source for that? Can you provide a fucking citation for that? That the Crusades are what saved Christianity? Is there a single citation for that? And yeah, I mean, Catholicism wasn't that peaceful, right? I mean, even before the Crusades, like, it's not like you could have anything other than Catholicism. Like, if you weren't Catholic, like, you weren't allowed to exist, pretty much, right?
So what gives? Why?
I know very little about early Catholicism, so I'm not an expert. Yeah, and also, you know, I watched this great interview where this guy argued in a very interesting way that basically the Crusades were the progenitor to modern settler colonialism. That basically the Crusades were basically like settler colonial endeavors, right? It wasn't really for religion. It was for land. It was for money. It was for, you know, they were like conquistadors, you know? You go, you kill, you rape, you have sex, you eat food, you know, you get big mansions, you know. If you're the second or third son, you got nothing going on in Europe, you go somewhere else, you know? It was settler colonialism, like an early version of settler colonialism. So yeah, it wasn't like some defensive protection of Christianity. The notion that the early churches were peaceful is horseshit. Yeah.
Why is there this contrast? Why in certain periods did the church take up the sword, and then in others, like now, it would be unthinkable for the Pope to call for another crusade? Well, the answer lies in how we evaluate moral actions as either good or evil. In this case, is it good or evil to go to war? The church has always taught that there are three things that need to be considered in any moral action.
I mean, they were persecuted before Catholicism took hold in Rome, right? But I mean, but that was probably like before Catholicism even existed, really. I mean, right? I mean, I don't know much of anything about when Catholicism like first came to be. But they were persecuted while Rome was still like Hellenist, right? Or no?
The object, the intended end, and the circumstances. The object is
By the way, Hellenism is way, way cooler than Hellenism was way, way cooler than Christianity, and the world would be way more cool if if Hellenism was like the dominant religion. Fuck Constantine.
is the act
Rest in peace, Julian the Apostate.
action being taken itself, which can be good or evil in itself, like fornication, which is always evil, which means it's intrinsically evil. But if the object is not intrinsically evil, then whether it's good or evil can depend on the intention and the circumstances. For example, if I give alms to the poor, we as Christians would all agree that this is a good thing. But what if I do it with the intended end of like being recognized for it, like vainglory? Well, then.
Wow! So I'm reading the book you cited, the initial thing, and apparently, wow. So apparently the Romans didn't actually persecute the Christians as much as is said. Wow.
Actually becomes an evil act. And circumstances will affect things as well. For example, if I have an agreement with my employer to work for my wages, then I should show up for work at the agreed upon time. But what if there's a snowstorm, or if I'm severely ill, preventing me from working? Those circumstances change the moral obligation and actions and choices of the moral agent. While the same is true for violence and warfare, the obvious example is the difference between someone who is using measured violence to defend themselves against an assailant, and the case of using violence as an assailant against an innocent person. The circumstances and the intention are different, making one a justifiable good and the other an unjustified moral evil. And scripture affirms this. Exodus 22:2 says, "If a thief is caught breaking in at night and is struck a fatal blow, the defender is not guilty of their bloodshed." Our Lord himself recognized the need for those who must use physical force and even violence in the service of the state or in law enforcement as a legitimate profession. In Luke 3:14, some Roman soldiers asked him how they should respond to the things that Jesus was teaching, given their vocation. And Jesus, our Lord, responds, "Don't extort money and don't accuse people falsely. Be content with your pay." He doesn't say you should quit your job for it's irredeemably evil. He tells them that their pay is just and that they should use their position of power not to exploit, but to benefit others. But otherwise, he recognizes the legitimacy of their role in civic life. Okay, but so this still doesn't explain the contrast between the early church's refusal to use self-defense as a pretext for violence and the medieval church's hearty enthusiasm for the Crusades. The difference is in the fact that the circumstances of the church had changed. The reason the early church wouldn't resist its persecutor was because its persecutor was the state, and the apostles taught them not to use violence, even in self-defense, against the state. They taught that the state had the right to use the sword to punish evildoers and enforce the law of the land. In Romans 13:4, St. Paul says, "For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer."
God, what a terrible quote. What an awful fucking... Like, what a... God, man. Everyone in authority is God's servant who's just doing the right thing. Just worship your master. Yeah, use force when a bunch of kids make fun of you for being bald. Oh my God. Do you guys know about my favorite quote from the Bible? Hold on. You guys want to see some wise words from the Bible? 2 Kings 2:23. "And he went up from thence unto Bethel, and as he was going up the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them." What a beautiful book the Bible is. Just a truly profound paean to humanity and life and beautiful.
Then in 1 Peter chapter 2, verses 13 to 14, he taught, "Submit yourselves for the Lord's sake to every human authority, whether to the emperor as the supreme authority, or to the governors who are sent by him to punish those who do wrong and to commend those who do right." So when...
Holy shit.
When those same governors and emperors came after Christians, even unjustly, their response was docility, submission, even to death. And thank God for their grace and courage, because the blood of the martyrs became the means by which the church evangelized.
God is deaf bald, yeah. It's like, I love how it's 2 she-bears, right? It's not 1 she-bear. It's not 3 she-bears, it's 2 she-bears. How many children do they kill? Exactly 42. Not 41 children, not 43 children. 42 children are killed by 2 she-bears for calling a man bald. Oh.
And converted the entire empire. But by the Middle Ages, the circumstances of the church had changed. No longer were they like a misunderstood minority, persecuted and suffering under the state. They were the governors of the state themselves. It was Christian emperors, kings, and nobles who ruled the land, often under the direction of the clergy. Christendom now reigned supreme. Their role, and therefore the circumstances that determined the morality of their actions, had changed, which meant that those verses of scripture had to be applied differently, because now the Christians were the authorities charged with the responsibility of wielding the sword to punish evildoers, which didn't just mean that they had the right to use violence if necessary or if they wanted to. They actually had the duty to use it, to uphold the common good and to defend the poor and the powerless. Again, remember what Romans 13 said. It said, the one in authority is God's agent of wrath. Well, the early Christians were not the ones in authority, but in the Middle Ages, they were the ones in authority, meaning their role and responsibility had changed. And there are other passages of scripture that reinforce this, like Psalm 82 verses 3-4, which says, defend the weak and the fatherless, uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed, rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hands of the wicked. Now, that doesn't mean that a person in authority can use violence and warfare without any restraint or accountability. It means that the use of violence can be justified. And in the case of the Crusades, I would argue that it was justified, at least in principle. That doesn't mean that everything the Crusaders did was just, but that the cause of the Crusades, especially the first one, was a just cause. And although defending that position isn't the purpose of this video, I do have other videos in which I talk about that, so that I'll try to remember to link them either in the screen or in the description of this video. But the point, at least, is that the church's refusal to employ violence in the early centuries and its willingness to use it later isn't a moral contradiction, but rather a portrayal of how the circumstances of Christian—
Oh wow, he has a video where he's just straight up defends the Crusades. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh. Let's see how he defends the Crusades.
I think it's well understood that Catholics and Christians are supposed to think of the Crusades with a sense of shame and regret, with our heads hung low, especially when detractors mention it to put us in our place, especially when we get too assertive maybe in the political sphere of life. But I think it's time and it's important for Catholics and Christians to understand that the Crusades in principle were a good thing. In saying that, I'm not trying to say that the evil or unjust things that happened, and they did happen, that those things don't bother me or that they aren't evil or that they were good or anything like that. But what I am saying is, again, that in principle the Crusades were a good thing, and I hope by the end of this video you'll understand why. But I can already hear some of you saying that of course I would take this position. I'm Catholic and therefore I'm biased towards a more flattering depiction of the Catholic Church and its history. But even if I am biased, it doesn't follow that I'm wrong about my interpretation of these or any historical events related to the Church. To insist that it does is to indulge in a genetic fallacy, which claims that an argument is wrong because of some perceived defect in its source. I can be biased and I can have that.
Nah, I don't think I want to watch an entire video saying the Crusades were good. I don't think so. But he has a video about socialism and why that doesn't work, so maybe let's look at that.
If you even casually pay attention to politics today, it probably seems like everyone has become either a socialist or like a free market liberal, which is usually called conservative for some reason today. These two branches of thought being associated with philosophers like Karl Marx and someone like John Locke, with some help from other philosophers like Machiavelli and Rousseau and even Hobbes. But this state of affairs isn't even slightly new. In fact, these theories go way further back.
Everyone's either a socialist or a free market liberal.
That all the way back to Plato and Aristotle. It's much more accurate to say that everyone is either a Platonist or an Aristotelian in their political theories. And I point this out for a few reasons, but one is definitely because modern socialists or progressives like to think of their ideas as being new and innovative. But the reality is Plato had already identified all of the supposed innovations of—
So here's the Plato thing again. This is exactly what TikHistory said, that it was fucking Plato. What? I have never heard this before, but now I've heard it twice in one night. What the heck?
Karl Marx, thousands of years before Marx decided it would be a good idea to stop bathing. The ideas that progressives like to flatter themselves with as innovative are actually ancient in origin and have been thoroughly tried and failed multiple times throughout history. And there's one particular idea that haunts the socialist hive that is particularly conducive to failure. And again, it's one that Plato himself proposed in his great political manifesto, The Republic, which is the abolition of private property. Now, when Marx was asked to summarize his socialist theory, he narrowed it down to this one thing as well. In his manifesto, he said his theory could be summarized in this one sentence: the abolition of private property. In more recent times, this idea was promoted by the World Economic Forum, in which the phrase "you'll own nothing and be happy" was featured
What?
in one of their propaganda videos. So as old as this idea is, it seems to be routinely recycled as if it's some new innovation. And just as this supposedly innovative progressive idea is actually thousands of years old, so too is its solution, which comes from Plato's student, Aristotle, who said this in—
It's not... I mean, he's just doing the most basic mix-up of personal property and private property. It's just the most basic, base level, lowest common denominator, stupidest possible misinterpretation of Marxism. There's a difference between private property, which is like factories and all that stuff owned by capitalists, and personal property, which is like your toothbrush. Now, I think private property is not a good word because it's so confusing, but like, yeah, I mean, this is like basic level like misinterpretation. This is like,
in contrast to his teacher, he said, that which is common to the greatest number has the least care bestowed upon it. What he means is when you make some responsibility the responsibility of everyone, it will be given the least amount of care. Or the more people you assign a responsibility to, the less concern will be shown for it. So like imagine a neighborhood green space, like a park or something like that, where the city assigns the responsibility for maintaining it to just everybody in the neighborhood. The rationale being that if everyone does their part, everyone mows a little bit of grass, trims a few trees, and cleans up the litter, then it will be well cared for. But what's the likelihood that everyone would take an equal share of that responsibility and that the space would be well maintained? I think if we're being honest, the answer is not likely at all. Best case scenario, a few people take on the overwhelming burden of responsibility and get very little gratitude or reward for it, which will eventually disenfranchise them of their concern for it as well. If you've ever been assigned a group project at school, you'll find that the larger the group is, the more likely that a minority of people will carry the group and everyone will share in the credit for the accomplishment, whether it's good or bad. But the injustice of that experience when a minority of people take the responsibility that other people just take credit for, either in the green space analogy or in the school assignments analogy, will weigh upon those people, the minority who did all the work. The injustice will be felt by them, which will eventually discourage them from doing so in the future. As a parent, I see this all the time. If we tell the kids, everyone is responsible for this particular chore, then nobody does it. But if we individualize them and give them certain incentives for specific responsibilities, then things tend to get done. Even better, if someone has a stake in a certain responsibility, like a pet that is uniquely theirs, they're even more motivated to take care of it. But shared spaces and shared property that nobody owns and nobody gets to enjoy uniquely are the first things to get neglected. And this isn't just theoretical. I have a few friends who grew up under the Iron Curtain in Eastern Europe, and one of them relayed a story that illustrates this principle really well. He said that all of the shared spaces in the city where he grew up were derelict and poorly cared for. This included even common spaces in apartment buildings like lobbies and hallways, all the way up until you entered someone's own apartment. And then suddenly it was immaculate, it was beautiful, it was clean because of the pride of ownership in that particular space. Even more than that, Aristotle argues, if you abolish private property, you also abolish generosity and charity. You rob people of their ability to care for their fellow neighbors because the ability to do so depends on their having resources that they can then share. If everything is owned by the state, then your citizens have no way or incentive to share from their own resources.
Again, difference between private and personal property.
The experience and virtue of generosity becomes stripped from social life altogether. It's interesting how this factors in to the second.
Also, socialism rewards more work. You're thinking of communism, but socialism, it's from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Communism is from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, but that still doesn't mean that harder workers under communism can't be rewarded. But communism is post-scarcity, right?
Sin that is recorded in the Bible. The first one being Adam and Eve's fall from grace, and then the second one being Cain's murder of his brother Abel. And when God asks him about it, you get a glimpse into Cain's mind. What does he say? He says, am I my brother's keeper? That's not my responsibility. He isn't uniquely assigned to me as a responsibility. Therefore, I don't care about him. It's very interesting how that attitude can progress and develop into something like a murderous outrage towards your neighbor. And this whole theory...
Catholics, any Christians, that you just have to like cherry pick the Bible constantly because... basically shit just like contradicts itself. Isn't there plenty of passages of Jesus being like, love thy neighbor and care for thy neighbor and fucking give your neighbor fish and bread and all that shit?
About the abolition of private property actually extends to the family as well, because both Plato and Marx saw the family as a form of individualized ownership, where the parents treat their children uniquely as their own, rather than as a shared responsibility of the entire community. But as anyone who has raised children will tell you, and I place myself in that category as well, children need a lot of personalized attention and mentorship to become healthy and balanced adults. Simply put, they need significant personalized love and care, which would only come from someone who identifies them uniquely as their own responsibility and even a reflection of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I am skeptical of the idea of the abolition of the family, though I haven't looked into it much. That is something where it's like, I get the sentiment of it, but like in practice, I'm skeptical of like, you know, the viability of that. But I don't know, maybe I should read some Engels, because is that his idea, or is that Marx's as well?
Aristotle summarizes this point like this. He says, a father cares more for his own children than he would for children in general, for one's own children are recognized as one's own and not just vaguely known about or shared. And this is undeniably true. Like, I care a lot about the children of my friends and the children of my extended family, like nieces and nephews, but I don't care about them nearly enough to provide for them the love and the formation that they need as compared to my own children. And we see this play out in society all the time. A parent is far more concerned about a child's welfare than like a teacher or social worker.
I mean, the question is that, does that care in part come from the social construct of the family? And if you didn't have the social construct of the family, would you care for other children more?
It's precisely that degree of concern that a child needs to develop into a healthy and whole human being. They need tangible experiences of devotion, of focused love, and mentorship in their lives. A vague and generalized shared responsibility of the community for biological issues would never satisfy these needs. Yet both Plato and Marx thought that this was like a revolutionary insight and policy to be implemented. And this isn't just theoretical. After the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, they tried to implement these kinds of policies of communal child rearing because they saw the traditional family as like a bourgeois and capitalist oppressive ideal. So they set up programs where children spent most of their time in state-operated facilities. But after trying this for a few decades, they backtracked by the 1930s. The government recognized that the weakening of the family unit had contributed to all kinds of social problems, including a rise in juvenile delinquency and declining birth rates, which they recognized was a bad thing. I don't know what's wrong with us. As a result, the state began to reinforce the importance of the nuclear family as a stabilizing force in society. Policies were implemented to encourage marriage and promote the idea of the family as an essential building block of society. And even though the state isn't confiscating our children in places like where I live, our way of life dictates that in most families, children spend more time with people like teachers and daycare workers than they do with their own parents. And it's no wonder we're facing an increase in all the kinds of problems that the Soviets recognized, yet we seem to be perfectly okay with. When something is the responsibility of all, or when it's
Pro-Soviet Catholic YouTube channel. Good night, these nuts. Have a good night.
expanded to the largest group of people, it becomes the responsibility of no one, or it's shown the least amount of concern. If it's an important responsibility like raising children or economic productivity or the care of our resources, society as a whole will suffer and decline for it. Can I ask you to stick around for one extra minute? Because if you enjoyed that, well, first of all, thanks for watching. But now I could really benefit from your help, which you can do in a couple of ways. You can check out my sponsor, Real Estate for Life, who is a network of pro-family real estate agents that can connect you with one in your area. So if you're
All right. Cool. What next? Send me a video. I think maybe task and purpose will be for next time. Although he does have a lot of videos worth checking out for how insane they are. Black Ops in Africa is legitimately insane, dude. It's crazy that there's a bunch of unaccountable death squads in Africa. That's so cool. The entirety of this channel exists just for regime change, just to like manufacture consent for regime change. Guys, I need some money. Give me some money, please. Good evening, Amaz Khan. I saw that China made some kind of 6th-gen fighter. I don't really know what that means. I'm not like a tech guy, but apparently people were freaking out about it. Whatever makes the Westoids and Naphoids freak out sounds good to me. Give me money. Give me money. I'm thinking the reason why I want to not watch the Task and Purpose video is because I'm thinking of almost doing a Task and Purpose marathon. Like maybe tomorrow. Just watching a bunch of his videos to kind of make a point about his channel.